work all day. He was the one carrying out her wishes of giving him baths, torturing him, not feeding him, making him eat bread with hot sauce. He was doing it during the day because he was home during the day, and he would work part-time at night, so she would do it when he would work at night. But he spent the most of the time with Timothy. It was him. But I do think she's way more to blame because son, there is a thing called Stockholm Syndrome. Not sure if he legit has it. I don't know yet. I'm still trying to decide on that. But he could have just been like, I want to please my mom. She's the one telling him through the text. She's the one calling the shots, though. Like, hey, don't do this. Give him this. She's the one watching the videos. Hey, why did he move? Go check on him. Hey, no, go do this. So, I mean, she was the mastermind behind it, but he still has to be punished for what he did because he was an adult.
The sound is kind of messed up. I'm going to turn that on to you just in case it helps.
Oh, whoa. I'm sorry. Wow. Dang it.
Just came down with officer settings.
Like, it's hard, I bet.
Yes.
Sorry, I'll shut up. But no, I bet it's hard. I'm sorry. Oh, my Lord. I can't even imagine it.
Hey everyone, this is Crime and Justice, hosted by Brian P. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to watch a couple of videos on the pizza delivery retrial. Let's get this party started. So let me go here.
Erica Stefanko is being tried for the second time for the murder of Ashley Biggs. Biggs and Stefanko's former husband, Chad Cobb, had been locked in a bitter child custody battle. Court TV legal correspondent Shanley Painter is in Ohio with the latest.
Michael, here in Akron, Ohio, the trial against Erica Stefanko restarted today with a brand new pool of prospective jurors summoned to this courthouse after the previous 2 days of jury selection left the parties concerned about pre-trial publicity. But with each day that goes by, it's another heart-wrenching delay for the family of victim Ashley Biggs.
Yeah, it's getting aggravating. It's just like, hurry up and wait for what? I mean, it's just like, I don't even know if it's ever going to happen.
Ashley Biggs' mother, Kimberly Biggs, was unable to attend Erica Stefanko's first trial in 2020 due to living out of state and the strict COVID-19 restrictions.
It's important to me because I'd like to see justice being served for my daughter's sake. I know she's not resting in peace right now. Get to see my grandbaby. I mean, that would be important to me. I mean, just to reunite with her. Also, it would be very important for me to see Erica in person, and I would like for her to view me and knowing what she's done, it was wrong.
Originally, opening statements were supposed to happen yesterday, but now, with the delays in the start of this second trial, Kimberly's hopes may not be realized.
I would like to stay, but I really can't afford staying another week. We thought the trial was going to go on, and it didn't, so there's a delay. So we're a little bit tight on funds, too, so I might have to go home.
As word of this spread to Ashley's friends and supporters, they sprung to action, starting this GoFundMe page in hopes of raising the needed funds to help Kimberly be able to stay and see her daughter's murder trial through to the end.
It's just so overwhelming. I can't believe that people out there would care that much about me and my daughter. It's enlightening to think that. I mean, I just don't know what to say anymore. It's just lost for words on this one.
Meanwhile, back at the courthouse, both the prosecution and defense attorneys have been working hard trying to catch up on finding jurors who can be fair and impartial despite what they may know about Stefanko's case and previous conviction. And Michael, finally, after a 3-day delay, a jury of 12 with 4 alternates seated late this afternoon. That means these jurors will go on a 5-stop jury view tomorrow ahead of opening statements set for next Tuesday. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks to all our wonderful reporters for those reports. Joining us now to discuss are 2 criminal defense attorneys who also served as prosecutors, Marie Pereira and Marcia Minot. Great to have you both here on the program. Let's begin right there with the Stefanko case. I mean, it took a long time to get a jury. One of the issues was this was a high-profile case, a lot of information out there from her first case. And it took a while for the jury to sort of settle in. I guess I don't want to say that there was misconduct by jurors, but they were looking the case up, discussing the case, despite admonishments not to do so. But that's basically, and I've said this many times, Marcia, kind of a sign of the times. You really have to sort of dig in with these jurors to let them understand that no matter what's available to you, you've got to stick to the admonishments of the court.
It is extremely important. I don't think it is published enough to the general public that the evidence has to come from inside the courtroom and not outside the courtroom. And I think if judges do a better job at explaining to the jurors why it is so critical that they not do any research, that they not go get information on their own, that jurors will understand and take their oath very seriously. And that's why they're sworn at least twice before they're able to hear any evidence in a case.
Yeah, and again, voir dire is so important today. I mean, it's always important. We've all often said that, but at the end of the day today, I think even more important than usual.
That was the wrong one. Sorry, I did something bad. Pizza. This is today.
Murder retrial. Today, those jurors got to see the crime scene for themselves. Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter is standing by with an update there.
Michael, opening statements are set for Tuesday in the much anticipated retrial for Erica Stefanko. She faces charges of aggravated murder and murder for her part in the brutal murder of 25-year-old mother Ashley Biggs in 2012. And finally, yesterday, a jury of 7 men and 5 women were selected to hear this case. And earlier today, the court took the jury of 12 with 4 alternates on an hours-long jury view of several key locations in this case, including the Domino's, where Ashley Biggs worked as a delivery driver the night she was allegedly lured by Erica Stefanko to this remote business, where jurors were also taken on a bus And they were instructed to note the back parking lot area where we know that Ashley was brutally attacked by Erica's husband at the time, Chad Cobb. The jury was also taken to this rural cornfield where authorities eventually discovered Ashley's remains. All of this happening at the request of prosecutors. However, Stefanko's defense attorney feels this extensive tour was a waste of resources.
Quite frankly, I think it's unnecessary, given some of the evidence that we've already stipulated to, including drone footage and pictures and videos. If the state wants to spend the time and the resources dragging these people to these crime scenes that we have plenty of evidence for already, that's their prerogative. And I'm not in a position to really object to that.
Another person not afraid of coming face to face with confessed killer Chad Cobb, and of course Erica herself, is the mother of victim Ashley Biggs. Kimberly Biggs tells me she has waited nearly 12 years to make eye contact with both Chad Cobb, the father of Ashley's daughter, and with Erica Stefanko. But with the delay in the start of openings, Kimberly is afraid she can't afford to stay in the state.
It's important to me because I'd like to see justice being served for my daughter's sake. I know she's not resting in peace right now. Maybe I might get to see my grandbaby. I mean, that would be important to me. I mean, just to reunite with her. Also, it would be very important for me to see Erica in person, and I would like for her to view me and knowing what she's done, it was wrong.
But have no fear, Ashley's friends and supporters are springing to action, trying to raise money on this GoFundMe page in hopes of being able to pay for plane tickets and an extended hotel stay so Kimberly will be able to see her daughter's murder trial through to the end. And Michael, we do expect this trial to extend several days and are anticipating Erica herself possibly taking the stand in her own defense. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much to Chanley Painter. Let's bring in our guest now. Joining us to discuss this hour, our trial attorney, Joe Richardson, and former NYPD Deputy Inspector Corey Pegues. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on this Friday. Joe, let me start with you, and I want to start with Stefanko. Jury visit today. You heard the defense attorney there saying, you know, it wasn't his choice. It was the state's choice. That's what they wanted to do. I am a fan of jury visits, jury views, so to speak. Sometimes they can be hurtful to a defense case, sometimes not necessarily helpful to a state's case. At the end of the day, do you have a particular stance on how you feel about jury visits, especially in light of what the defense attorney said, that they had stipulated to a lot of evidence that shows the crime scenes and various scenes involved in the trial?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm supportive of jury visits because for a jury, particularly if it's a longer trial, you know, those types of things, that's the best way to get your own sense for how much or how little things make sense in the context of how a scene looks. Now, the defense attorney makes an interesting point, like, hey, a lot of these things were stipulated to. Isn't necessarily wanted under these circumstances, particularly because of the stipulation, right? But if I'm the prosecution, I like the visualization because it makes it easier to potentially connect the dots. And so that's why I would probably support it if I'm prosecution.
Yeah, and I can see why the prosecution might have wanted it. There's a number of issues regarding what happened at especially the crime scene where the murder happened, as to how it happened and who knew what and what was going on, that I think will be helpful to them having seen it live. Corey Pegues, the other issue in this case, and you heard Chanley mention it there, this idea of whether the defendant, Erica Stefanko, will have to take the stand. She didn't do it the first time, got convicted. She's getting a second bite at the apple here. The main issues here is that she basically said she was unaware of what was going on, and she really didn't make that call to the pizza delivery place. Now, we had testimony from her daughter, who was very young, who testifies that that's what she heard. She may need to take the stand and tell the jury that that's not what I did. My daughter misunderstood. She was young, not sure of what she heard. Do you think it benefits her this go around to take the stand?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it will benefit her because she's fighting for her life at this point. She was already convicted. You know, we got a retrial. It's up to her. She has to fight for her life. And I love the angle that you just said, to dismiss the child being a youth, misunderstanding what I said. But I think they're going to put her on the stand. That's going to be the only way. Because remember, all the stuff from the other trial that, you know, the prosecution is already looking at. So they know where they made their mistakes, and they're going to be much better in the second trial.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's always a little bit of an advantage for the prosecution on a second trial, a retrial.
And this, I guess we could do a recap of the missing mom murder trial or conspiracy.
Missing. So law enforcement have taken the stand so far, but one thing that we have not heard about in this case, at least in the evidence portion, is the name Michelle Troconis, who is the defendant in this case. Defense counsel addressed that very issue on the steps of the courthouse.
How long before we hear the name Michelle Troconis come from a witness?
Right.
I think it's going to be quite a while.
The family of Michelle Troconis has been present in court since the start of this trial. They are seen here leaving court earlier today during a recess. They maintain their daughter's innocence. Also present, the family of the alleged victim in this case, Jennifer Dulos. Defendant Michelle Troconis faces several charges in connection with the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, including conspiracy to commit murder. Jennifer Dulos was declared legally dead, but her body has never been found. The mother of 5 dropped her children off at school and was never seen again. Prosecutors are suggesting that the crime scene in this case was the inside of the garage attached to Jennifer Dulos's home. They have presented photos of blood-like stains found inside the garage of Jennifer Dulos's home, the Range Rover inside that garage, and on the Chevy Suburban found abandoned outside a park. Authorities believe that Jennifer Dulos was killed by her estranged, now deceased husband, Fotis Dulos, who was charged with her murder and later committed suicide. Only 2 witnesses testified for the state today. Connecticut State Police Sergeant Jamie Pierston, who measured items of evidentiary value in this case, as well as items of value for the blood pattern analysis. During cross-examination, she testified that one of the blood-like stains was possibly a few inches in size. But how much focus should the blood-like stains really be given in this case? Defense counsel argued to limit the testimony of Matthew Riley, who was a detective in 2019 on this case. Defense counsel indicated that testimony that Riley would give regarding the presumptive blood test on the blood-like stains would be unduly prejudicial to his client.
The Supreme Court of Connecticut has said is that chemical is so unreliable that it has no value to put it into a case. And therefore, that's all I'm arguing right now, that the particularly a detective who's only there to take samples from a garage or from a car doesn't need to talk about a chemical that is basically junk science as the reason for it, any more than if he said, well, he used a Ouija board.
The judge ultimately decided to allow Riley's testimony, saying that he is going to keep a close eye on it and step in where he sees fit. Michael, due to the long holiday weekend, court will not resume until Tuesday.
That's crazy. I'm just watching videos, basically. Somebody sends me a case.
Court TV, of course, will be all over it. First, Boy in a Box mom, Tracy Ferreter, will be in court. The hope is that she will present her new attorney to the judge. Also, accused murderer Sarah Boone could finally learn when her trial will begin. Adam Montgomery will be in court. He's accused in the death of his missing 5-year-old daughter, Harmony. And former politician Robert Tellis is set to appear in a Las Vegas courtroom for a motions hearing. Also, protesters in the Karen Reed murder case will be in court for a hearing over their civil lawsuit against the Canton police. And last, but certainly not least, we will be in the Low Country for Alec Murdaugh's bid for a retrial. Now, we want to take a closer look at 3 of those cases in our calendar call, beginning with the suitcase murder trial in Florida. Defendant Sarah Boone will be in court for a pretrial hearing on Tuesday, where the judge could set a date for her trial. Now, Boone is accused of killing her boyfriend by zipping him in a suitcase. She claims Jorge Torres's death was part of a hide-and-seek game that went terribly wrong. She became very emotional while explaining to police what happened. Here's part of that exchange captured on police body cam.
They have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take the stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. Who is this guy? That's my ex-husband, my former husband. How did he live here with you guys? No. I called him over here. Okay. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk in private, okay? I called you guys. I tried giving you CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it. Before you called? Yes. It's 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, "Oh, he's in the suitcase still." That's when I found him, and I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys. Did he get here before the fire department got here? Who? Your husband or your ex-husband? Yes. Okay. Where did he live at? Right down the street. Okay. So you were playing, and who did come up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what. What kind of medical conditions did he have? None that I know of. Nothing that you know of. None that I know of. Did you take any medicine? No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. Mm-hmm. That's all that happened.
I don't believe that.
Boone's hearing is set to begin Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. And of course, we'll have that for you as well. Turning now to the disappearance and death of Harmony Montgomery. Adam Montgomery, the father of the 5-year-old girl, is due back in court next week for a pretrial hearing. His attorneys are expected to discuss several motions, including one to exclude this body cam video of the police asking Montgomery about Harmony's disappearance.
You don't have any more, sir. I'm right. I got nothing to say. Adam, right? Montgomery. Yeah. Do you remember me from the Elliott Hospital from a while back, man? Yeah, I got nothing to say. Right. So, hey, man, the only thing we're trying to figure out is where Harmony is. Okay. So, the concern is that you guys are safe, right? You're not in trouble. Nobody said you're losing your daughter. Okay. So I want to make that clear. So, I have my body cam on, just like everybody else is being on. So you just need to find out where she is. That's all I'm concerned about. You're not in any trouble right now that I know of. Okay. We have no warrants. Okay. So where's your daughter so we can check on her to make sure that she's okay? Right now, I have nothing to say to you guys. But that's not what I'm just asking where she is. I have nothing to say. So you don't care if your daughter's okay or not? I do. I listen, I have nothing to say. Is your daughter... If I'm under arrest, you guys can arrest me.
They've also filed a new motion to prevent any conversations between Montgomery and his estranged wife, Kayla, from being entered as evidence. They say that those conversations are privileged. Now, you may remember, Kayla testified in Montgomery's weapons trial last June. In a probable cause affidavit, prosecutors say that she told investigators Montgomery killed Harmony and kept her body in a duffel bag for several months. Montgomery's murder trial begins on February 7th.
Wow.
And we head now also to South Carolina, where convicted double murderer Alec Murdaugh hopes to get a new trial. He will be in court Tuesday for a preliminary hearing on the motion. His attorneys have accused the clerk of court, Becky Hill, of jury tampering. In their motion, they claim Hill told jurors not to be, quote, misled by evidence and not to be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony in his own defense. Here's part of their news conference from last October.
So immediately in the aftermath of the verdict, we had received information that we needed to look into what happened in the jury room. When the clerk of court wrote her book, published her book, that zone of silence collapsed. And jurors were upset about that, the ones we talked with, and they were more than willing to come forward and tell us the things that we had sort of heard through a whisper campaign. The first juror we talked to, we got information about Ms. Hill saying, "Don't be fooled." And then the second juror, independent of the first juror, says the same thing, and the third juror, independent of the other two, say the same thing.
Now, Hill has denied saying anything to the jurors, and Hill's self-published book about the Murdaugh trial is called Behind the Doors of Justice, but it is no longer available for sale after Hill admitted to plagiarizing parts of the book. Earlier this week, the defense submitted a revised brief at the request of the new judge in the case. In it, the defense renews its motion for a new trial, but so far, no word on if the state has submitted its response. Murdaugh is serving life in prison for the murders of his wife, Maggie, and their younger son, Paul. Let me bring back in our guest, still with us, criminal defense attorney Franz Borchardt. Franz, quickly, I want to go to the Adam Montgomery case because I think there's an interesting issue there. You saw the interaction there with police. What the defense is claiming is that he had every right not to answer their questions. And as such, putting it in front of the jury could be prejudicial to him, far greater than it is probative. They're saying, well, no. This wasn't an interrogation. They were checking in on the whereabouts of Harmony, and therefore it should be admissible for them to talk about his demeanor and his evasiveness, which may go towards his guilt in the death of Harmony Montgomery. Your thoughts on whether that might make it into court or not?
So I think it's going to come into court, Michael. But I do think that there is a problem with the commentary by the police officer. That may not make it into court. So when the police officer starts at the back end, starts making some commentary, that may not come in. But here's the thing. United States Supreme Court has said you absolutely can invoke your right to remain silent, which is what he's clearly doing, right? But to invoke your right to remain silent, you have to say something to the degree of, I invoke my constitutional right to remain silent, right? That is the magical language that the United States Supreme Court has said keeps stuff out. If you don't say that and you're nonchalantly smoking a cigarette and kind of his demeanor is what it is, I think that comes in, particularly because it's not things spoken, it's demeanor.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately what might end up happening here. They can bring in the officers to testify about his demeanor. I think they'll get away with that as well. Quickly, he also is claiming spousal privilege. He's citing the law, saying that it doesn't allow her to come in and talk about statements they made during that marriage. Do you think that he's going to be successful there?
He might be successful there unless there's some kind of state law, Michael, that says there's an exception for admissions to crime. Generally, the spousal privilege is sacrosanct, right? You can tell your spouse something and it doesn't come in. So I'm looking for an exception under state law. And if, in the absence of that, that may actually...
Well, it looks like we got a bit of technical difficulty there with Franz. We'll do our best to get him back. It looks like he's back. All right, Franz. I want to move on now to the Murdaugh case. Essentially, there's going to be testimony from various jurors in the case. Apparently, there were two groups. One were in jurors' room. Another group were in what's considered a judge's room. At least that's what they're calling it. They're going to call some of them to testify. My question for you is, will Becky Hill need to testify? She's already signed an affidavit, but she's also facing investigations, criminal investigations, which may lead her to not want to say another word.
If I'm representing Becky, she's not testifying. She's invoking her constitutional right to remain silent that we just talked about. Michael, I'm predicting that in 2024, we're going to be covering the prosecution of Becky Hill. So she needs to not testify. And frankly, putting her on the stand, I mean, look, she's going to, what, she going to deny that she said what she said? There's three jurors that seem to indicate that she said it. So whether or not she testifies or not, I think the defense gets a new trial ultimately at the end of this hearing.
All right, quickly, and I wanted to ask you that question, but at the end of the day, is it about the fact that she made the comments? Or what if they say that it didn't really affect them in any way, that they would have voted guilty regardless?
I think the appearance of impropriety as an officer of the court makes it to where it's a new trial.
That makes sense.
Done, because you're costing me money. I didn't do He's like, I'm in this house because of you.
Now, this new footage was taken in 2022 and shows the couple fighting while on a trip to Aspen after Courtney Clenny allegedly accused Christian Obamseli of cheating. The video was then shared with Court TV by the attorney of the Abomseli family, who has a wrongful death lawsuit currently pending against Clenny. I know this is something totally different than the criminal allegations. And I want to be clear, we had a little bit of a scripting error earlier. We don't know that this was a murder. This is a death case. Whether it was a murder or whether it was a killing that was a justifiable homicide in self-defense is what's going to be determined by the jury at Courtney Clenny's trial. So she's charged with second-degree murder. That is the position of the state of Florida. But her attorneys are fiercely defending her, saying that she was defending herself from Christian Abomseli, at the time that she threw the knife at him. That ultimately
I don't think
led
she
to
threw
his
the
death.
knife at him.
I want to welcome in now one of the attorneys who is representing Courtney Clenny, Sabrina Puglisi, on the show with us live today to talk about this new video. Sabrina, good morning to you. It's always nice to have you on the show. Thank you for your time today.
Good morning, Julie.
If we could we start with that video? Because that's what, as you know, has everybody talking. And certainly you've looked at it, examined it. From your perspective, how will you and your colleague, Frank Prieto, you as a team, how will you use this, embrace it, or try to exclude it when it comes time for trial?
Yeah, and Julie, I just want to say thank you for the clarification you made earlier regarding, murder versus justifiable homicide. But this is another piece, right, of the evidence. It's a snapshot, and it's a snapshot of a toxic relationship, which we've always admitted to and we've seen. I mean, and let me be clear. I mean, in no way should people put hands on another person. You know, it's not appropriate whether it comes from a male or a female. But having said that, there's also evidence in the case that shows that Abomseli put his hands on Courtney, and not in the slapping and shoving kind that we see here in this video, in a much more aggressive, dangerous manner. Wow. And that will come out in the trial.
Oh, wow. And so, Sabrina, are you alluding to a piece of evidence that maybe we haven't seen yet?
It's evidence that exists in the discovery, and it's not been shown. You know, we come on here to answer questions that the media has. And, I'll point out that the elevator video, which was released by the state attorney's office. This video right here was released by Abomseli's family. You know, so we come on here to feel like we have to defend the actions, but really the courtroom, and that's what I'd like the viewers to understand, is the courtroom is the real place where this trial will occur and all the evidence will come. You know, we don't know anything about what leads up to this video. We know that she's drinking profusely. She said she'd been sober for 2 weeks. We know she says he treats her terribly, that she doesn't want to be in that relationship anymore, but it's a snapshot.
Right. No, it is, Sabrina. You're absolutely right about that. I wondered watching it if there was even any narcotics use, and I'm just saying this as as a lay person, who doesn't, have any expertise in that area, but she looks to be really excited in that video. She seems amped up, and I wondered if there was anything else going on. And as to your point, it's hard to know what happened in the day before, the morning before, whatever this was taken. Anything else to explain, what you've acknowledged? You've acknowledged the hands on another human, not right. That is not right. You're not in any way justifying it. Is there anything else that was going on with Courtney Clenny at the time? Any kind of substance abuse or anything that might have been contributing to her just being so excited? I mean, it's very easy to see that she's being, what do I want to say here? It's almost like she's angry and something, and you wonder, like, what precipitated this? Was there something that provoked this? Did this just come out of nowhere? How did this build? What tension, what situation created this?
Right. And, I just have to say as an aside, I find it so strange, this person who's taking the video, I don't know who it is, but is just sitting there, like watching this whole thing go on and just videotaping it, like so casually, not even trying to intervene or stop anything. But putting that aside, we absolutely know that she had an alcohol problem. She had a drug problem. It's one of the reasons that she went to try to seek help and was in inpatient treatment when the arrest warrant came in and the police went and arrested her when she was in treatment.
Wow. Okay, Sabrina, so that's something you're definitely going to embrace. How about who's shooting this video? You see someone's knee, looks like maybe a man's knee. Do you and Frank have any idea?
I have no idea, Julie. This was the first time when Court TV sent it to us yesterday. It's the first time I'd seen this video, so I don't know where it came from.
Oh, wow. You know, and that's interesting, Sabrina, because you've gotten discovery from the state attorney's office, but this is coming from the Albumselli family. So you wonder if maybe the state attorney's office received it at the same time you did, too. Who knows? Tell us, please, Sabrina, we have about a minute or so left. Today, you have a status hearing for the case. Tell us what's coming up next, when you think we might have a date set for trial for this one.
Yeah, so today we have a hearing. It's going to be a status, so we will get another future date. But also, the state attorney's office had filed a motion stating that they don't feel that the defense has provided all the discovery. We refute that, and so the judge is going to hear that. But also will be something interesting to come in the future is that the state attorney filed a order to show cause against Mr. Prieto for speaking to the media, and has asked that the judge rule on that. Mr. Prieto filed a response to that motion. The court does not have time to hear that today, so a future date will be set with respect to that as well, because we absolutely believe that we have the right to speak to the media, to explain, and we're really just trying to make sure that the public understands what was going on, what the truth of this is. We don't want there to just be one side heard. So that'll be an interesting one.
Sure, definitely. Sabrina, I've said it before, I'll say it again as we wrap up the segment. You and Frank are really going to be what is going to be a real treat to watch in this trial. Your advocacy work, you two have done such a tremendous job for her. I can't wait to see you both in action. Sabrina Puglisi, thank you so much. Keep us posted on the hearing, please, if you would.
That's crazy. That's what she did. Oh, look.
Folks, we have some breaking news in the Doomsday Prophet murder trial in Idaho. The attorney representing Chad Daybell plans to withdraw from the case. John Pryor filed a motion after saying he cannot find a death penalty qualified attorney to help represent Daybell, and that Daybell has now exhausted all of his funds. Pryor is asking the court to appoint 2 death penalty qualified lawyers to Daybell's case. The judge has set a hearing for January 18th on that motion. Daybell is accused of the murders of his first wife, Tammy Daybell, and his current wife's children, Tylee and JJ.
Wow. That is crazy. This will be interesting. This will be an interesting trial. Looking to do some research with this. Oh, look, this was recently. With Karen's case.
Pertaining to the DNA profiles of the investigating law enforcement officers. So I'll hear from the Commonwealth first, then I will hear from counsel for the officers, and then I'll hear the defendant's opposition. Who's arguing this for the defense?
I will be, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Thank So, Your Honor, just to clarify
on this, just a point I think may be misconstrued based on the defendant's opposition. This is not a situation in which these troopers have consented to anything at this point. The purpose of filing the motion was to try to gain some guidance from the court as to how mechanisms would be concerned with the collection of DNA, the retention of DNA, the destruction of DNA, and the timing in regard to that prior to obtaining either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan's consent in relation to the taking of any bugle swab. So how this sort of arises is there is a DNA report in relation to the taillight of the defendant's vehicle. There are 3 possible contributors to that DNA mixture. One is positively identified as that of the victim, John O'Keefe. 2 others are unknown. There's been rampant sort of speculation, accusations levied against these particular troopers in regard to contaminating evidence or planting evidence and things of that nature. So the exploration of this is sort of caused by that, in the sense of the Commonwealth believes that whatever DNA comes back, it would exclude those 2 troopers as being contributors to the unknown sources of DNA. So what the Commonwealth is seeking, and the reason that the Commonwealth actually filed another motion asking for sort of an expedited response from the defendant, is the hope of the Commonwealth, especially with March 12th jury trial day looming, was my hope was that there would be some sort of agreement that could be come to and a joint proposal to be presented to the court so the court could act on the papers, and this testing could be well underway, if not already completed, by the time that we reached today's court date. That unfortunately was not what happened. So we received the response earlier this week from the defendant. Essentially, most of the proposals that are included within the defendant's opposition are the precise alternative proposals as far as the protocol as the Commonwealth had laid it out. So as far as the defense not wishing for anybody associated with the state lab or state police to be collecting the sample, that's fine. We had proposed Ms. Christina Owens simply because she's a civilian member of the Crime Scene Services section. But if it, as long as it's a certified collector, it doesn't have to be anybody associated with that. The defendant has some issue with the state police crime lab conducting any of the testing, whether that be generating the sample or doing the comparative testing, and seems to be fine with that process proceeding at Bodie and Lorton, Virginia, where some other testing related to this case is already being done. That's fine with the Commonwealth as well. Obviously, that's going to prolong things a little bit, I would submit.
Do we know that?
I mean, what I can say is that our office would certainly be inclined to pay whatever additional fees would be necessary to expedite that testing. But as far as the time frame is concerned, I really can't say exactly how long that's going to transpire for. But as far as it seems to be sort of the main sort of point of contention is the defendant's ability or access to the actual sample. That is something I would object to, as far as, particularly in this case, I don't think there's really going to be any question that the samples or the profile that's generated is the profile of the individual troopers. It's going to be collected by an independent certified collector. It's going to be the DNA profile will be generated at an independent lab. The comparative analysis will be generated at an independent lab, and counsel would certainly have access to those DNA profiles should the defendant wish to, compare it to any other types of, any other pieces of evidence or any other, DNA that either they recovered during their evidence inspection or that was collected by the state police in regard to their investigation. So the need for the actual sample, I'm not really sure where that comes from, and the suggestion that the Commonwealth would have more access to it than the defendant would, especially if the court is inclined to go with the alternative suggestions of the independent collector, the independent generation of the profile, and the independent comparative analysis. I really don't see what defendant's access to the samples does or lends to any sort of credulity to the testing or to any further testing that the defendant wishes to conduct. So as far as that, I think really the only other sort of disparity or sticking point is the retention. The Commonwealth had suggested the end of the trial process. The reason for that versus what the defendant is suggesting as far as the conclusion of the appellate process is obviously the close of the trial process has a much more definitive end frame to it as opposed to the appellate process that could go on for months and years, if not after. And given the limited nature for which the Commonwealth is seeking the consent of these troopers to conduct this DNA analysis, it certainly made more sense to myself and to the Commonwealth as far as setting that time period if the court wishes to alter that to the conclusion of the appellate process. There are other mechanisms I would suggest that the defendant could avail themselves of should they have a need for, again, the profile would exist sort of in perpetuity in their possession, at least until the end of the appellate process. And there are obviously far more mechanisms available today than there have been in previous years as to post-conviction discovery and obtaining further samples, things of that nature. So again, that was the reason for the suggestion for the end of the trial court process. But again, the purpose of this motion was to seek the court's guidance as to exactly what the parameters of that collection, retention, destruction, and all of that would be, so that can be presented to the troopers so that they can make an intelligent decision as far as their consent is concerned.
If this were ordered to be done at the state lab, when would the results be in?
That, I think, especially given just prior turnaround time in relation to other testing that's been done in this case, at the state lab, I would hope that could be completed within 6-7 weeks, something like that.
Wow, that's
at
a lot.
most.
Okay. Do you want me to hear from Ms. Lundgren now or after? I mean, this is your motion. Do you want me to hear from her now?
I think that's fine as far as the order's concerned.
Okay.
Gretchen Lundgren, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for hearing from me on behalf of Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor in a discussion as their privacy interests as it relates to the Commonwealth's motion for a protective order. The proposed protective order strikes a balance between protecting the sensitive and personal DNA information of two individuals who are not alleged to have had anything to do with the death of John O'Keefe, while giving all parties access to the resulting scientific DNA analysis. The defense's opposition casts the proposed protective order as allowing the Commonwealth to obtain, test, and analyze the samples without giving them the same opportunity, but that's simply not the case. There are areas of significant agreement between the parties here. Both parties are willing to have an independent law enforcement officer obtain the DNA sample. Both parties are willing to have an independent lab develop the DNA profile and conduct the comparative analysis. Both parties will receive the same reports and underlying data. Once an independent lab develops the DNA profiles, Your Honor, there should be no need for anybody to have access to the sample thereafter. And with an independent lab conducting the comparative analysis, there should be no need for anyone to have to conduct further testing. And finally, Your Honor, once the trial is over, there should be no need for those DNA materials to be on file. And as Mr. Lally said, the legislature has provided a mechanism for obtaining third-party DNA post-conviction. So there's certainly a safety net there if the DNA is needed post-trial. Your Honor, protecting the troopers' DNA samples and profiles through these procedures and protocols poses no violations of the Commonwealth's mandatory discovery obligations. The Commonwealth and the defense would be on equal footing with regard to the troopers' DNA evidence. Each party is free to argue the implication of the results at trial as they see fit. As Your Honor can appreciate, my clients are under no obligation whatsoever to provide their DNA in this matter, but they seek to take steps to demonstrate the integrity of their handling of the taillight evidence. In order to provide consent knowingly and voluntarily, they're looking for certainty surrounding who has access to their DNA, how their DNA is handled, and ultimately how their DNA is disposed of. On behalf of my clients, Your Honor, I respectfully request that you issue the protective order proposed by the Commonwealth.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Yannetti, it sounds, when I read your opposition, I did not know that there was this much agreement. Did you when you filed it?
I did not, and quite frankly, hearing the argument from both counsel, I think there's even more agreement than I anticipated.
Okay.
Your Honor.
What do you disagree with?
Okay, so our position, Your Honor, is at this point, with regard to the DNA samples versus the DNA profiles.
So where are you in your opposition? What page?
So I'm actually going to the Commonwealth's motion itself with regard to how the DNA samples and profiles will be treated.
Okay.
We did not realize that the Commonwealth was drawing a distinction between the actual samples themselves and the profiles that were generated. It was our understanding that the Commonwealth was seeking to prohibit the defense from having access to either. But I've just
but they're not.
Exactly. I've heard Mr. Lally say today that they will turn over the profile to us. That satisfies us.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Since you mentioned Bodie Laboratories, you're the first one that mentions it in the pleadings. How long will it take?
We're not the first ones that mentioned it. The Commonwealth mentioned it in their motion, and we agreed to that.
All right, I don't have that.
Your Honor, it is one of the alternatives that the Commonwealth had. I'm sorry, I can find
Okay,
that.
so we need to find the paper number. All right, but we need to know how quickly that can be done, and we need to see about expediting it.
Typical for Bodie, just because I've recently gone through that with regard to the hair sample.
Right.
It's I think like a 12 to 14 week turnaround without any sort of expedition. So, you know, expediting, I don't know that necessarily that can be cut in half, but it is something that I think can be turned around a little bit quicker than their typical turnaround time.
And Ms. Lundgren, you'll have your clients available, you know, at the drop of a hat to provide this sample? All right, so go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, I think the only real conflict at this point, if the Commonwealth is holding to their motion, is their paragraph 7, which states the defendant is not permitted to conduct independent analysis or testing with either Sergeant Buchnick's or Trooper Proctor's DNA samples or profiles. Now, clearly, we won't do that with regard to the samples because we won't have them. We don't need them. But we will have the DNA profiles, Your Honor. And once we do, they, in my view, in my client's view, we should be able to use them for any case-related purpose. We have no interest in, distributing them anywhere or doing anything with them.
Hold on, Ms. Lundgren, I think you should answer this. Why don't you come on up? Is there an opposition to that?
I just need you in front of a microphone. There's one right here. Thank you.
She could take this mic if she likes.
No, because we'll be going back and forth, so you should stay there.
There is an opposition, Your Honor. I mean, I think perhaps the Commonwealth can speak to it. I think there's also a strategic decision, a case-related decision. Certainly, we agree with the privacy interests that the troopers are providing their DNA for a specific reason and with regard to a specific item in this case. And they do want to limit that consent.
Let me know
However,
if there's any new cases
that is
you want
more,
me
I
to
believe,
follow.
a case-related and
if
strategic
that
reason
happens,
that I would also defer to the
almost
Commonwealth to
Okay.
speak to.
All right, I'll hear from Mr. Lally afterwards. Go ahead.
Months.
Not now. I'll hear from Mr. Yannetti to finish.
Right. So there is other evidence in this case where comparative testing, DNA testing could be done. And in addition, Your Honor, I want to make it clear that our investigation has been ongoing and is ongoing to this day. We may come into possession of evidence related to this case, physical evidence, that we may want to do our own comparative testing on. And once those profiles are released, assuming that there's consent and that the Commonwealth comes into possession of a DNA profile, and the defense does as well by Mr. Lally's admission today, that should be evidence that either side can use for any proper purpose that is case related. So we should not be prohibited from either requesting or doing our own comparative analysis from those DNA profiles if it relates to the case.
What do you want to say, Mr. Lally? We're talking hypotheticals here.
We are.
Right.
So what I would say is the only other identified evidence really, or the bulk of it as far as DNA is concerned, concerns Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which I don't understand what any relevance that would have pertaining to the troopers' DNA profiles. As it pertains to what ifs, as far as any sort of other physical evidence that counsel would come into possession to, the protective order, while somewhat ironclad, is not necessarily cement. So if there's a request for a modification based on subsequent evidence or something like that, I think that's something that the court can obviously entertain at that point. But really, the purpose of this is with reference to that one specific item.
It does make sense that if there is something later, you come before me on it.
Well,
so that's why I asked you if it's hypothetical. If you have an item that you want to test, I think the Commonwealth has every right to know what that item is.
Okay, our position would be that we should be able to conduct our own investigation in private and reveal the results of those investigations, should we desire to. We have a different ethical duty than the Commonwealth. Clearly, if there's any evidence that the Commonwealth possesses that we'd like to do comparative testing on, we have no choice but to notify the Commonwealth and resolve any disputes before this court. But if we come into possession of anything that we believe is related to this case and should be tested, we don't believe that's any business of the Commonwealth to interject in that. We will have the profile at that point. We can do our own testing and then reveal the results of that testing should we desire to.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
May we have just a quick second, Your Honor?
Yep.
My co-counsel brings up a good point, which is after months and months and months of requesting access to the physical evidence, we finally appeared at the Norfolk County DA's office on December 1st of 2023 with our forensic DNA collection expert, and he did swabbings of multiple pieces of evidence. So we do have those in our possession.
All right. I had no idea what you were talking about when you were saying hypothetically.
Well, there are two separate issues. There are the items that we've swabbed that we should be able to test, and if we have the DNA profiles of these troopers, there should be nothing prohibiting us from testing them. And by the way, the Commonwealth has the ability to do the exact same testing on their own. And then if there's any other evidence, I still maintain that we should be able to do comparative testing on that as well.
All right. Let's get the samples going. Let's do that, and I'll figure out the rest of this. But let's get who do you have in mind for an independent collector?
Your Honor, I don't have anyone specific in mind, but most local police departments have at least someone who is a detective who is a certified collector.
Say someone the defendant. The two of you work out something.
I don't have any issue with working out something with Mr. Lally.
All right, so let's do it today.
That sounds good.
All right, and Ms. Lundgren, you'll make your witnesses available immediately?
Yes, Your Honor, but I just, for sake of clarification, just trying to understand, and as Mr. Lally said, they have not provided their consent yet. They are waiting to hear what the boundaries of the proposed protective order will be in order to provide that, knowing and voluntary consent.
Okay.
So, I mean, we could certainly potentially do the samples and hold them in abeyance and not release them. if the court was willing to have them destroyed should the troopers decide not to provide consent based on the bounds of the protective order. But certainly I think they do need to know what those terms are before moving forward.
All right. I need to look at this. I'll do it as quickly as I can. All right. Is that it on this?
Yes, Your Honor.
On this
All right.
motion, yes.
This is crazy, this case as well, but we already saw this. Retrial murder trial. So let's see what oh look, Richard Allen. Let's see.
I'm Vinnie Politan. Great to have you with us here on Closing Arguments on this Friday night. Let's begin with one of the biggest cases and trials that we're tracking right now. It was a mystery for many years. Now an arrest has been made. I'm talking about the Delphi murders. Abby Williams and Libby German. They were best friends. It was a day off from school. They decided to go outside to go for a hike. They went near the Monon High Bridge and disappeared. The next day they were found murdered. It was a brutal, brutal crime scene. Horrific. Investigators and prosecutors say that the killer is Richard Allen, this man. And he was able to control 2 victims because he had a gun, but he didn't use the gun to murder them. It was done with a knife. It was rough. There was a lot of strange things happening at that crime scene, and it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But now he's alleging terrible treatment as an inmate waiting for his trial. There's a skinnier picture of him. You can see how his looks have drastically changed since he's been incarcerated. But take a look at what his attorneys are saying now. Throughout our legal consultation, Mr. Allen remained uncomfortably and unnecessarily shackled and chained in a manner resembling Hannibal Lecter, while guards watched through glass panels and the door ajar. Mr. Allen clearly appeared intimidated by the guards and was hesitant to speak freely with counsel. Now, they are also saying, even if this court were to find that Mr. Allen's pre-trial treatment within the state prison system does not in itself justify moving him to a county jail, evidence is absolutely overwhelming that pretrial detainment in Wabash Valley Correctional Facility will seriously, if not fatally, impact counsel's ability to effectively represent Mr. Allen due to the sheer distance of travel and the unworkable visitation conditions. Counsel for Mr. Allen respectfully requests that he be transferred either to the Allen County Jail or the Adams County Jail. He's been in state prison, very unusual pre-trial. So let's take a look. These motions are being filed by his new attorneys. Take a look. These are the new attorneys representing Richard Allen, because that's another whole issue in this case. You've got William Librato and Robert Schremen. His former attorneys were tossed off of the case or resigned from the case. They say they were sort of pushed out by the judge, Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie. They both want back in on the case and will do it for free.
Hi, Waldo.
Okay?
Hi.
For free. And Richard Allen wants them on the case. And let's not forget something else that's been alleged by Richard Allen.
One of your friends.
Number one, that he's innocent. Number two, it was the Odinites or Odinists who actually committed this murder in a ritualistic killing. And while he was in the first correctional facility, some of the guards there were wearing Odinist patches and were intimidating him and coerced him into confessing to the murder to his wife, which was then recorded and is now being used as evidence against him. Now, his former attorneys made all these claims about the Odinites, Odinism, Norse religion, etc. But now his new attorneys are saying, yeah, we kind of agree. After reviewing crime scene photos and visiting Mr. Allen at Westville Correctional Facility, present counsel believes these claims have merit. Now, he's in a new place, right? So they got him out of the prison where the Odinites or Odinists or heathens, whatever they were wearing their patches. And guess what they came across, allegedly? Although none of the prison guards were wearing patches in support of Odinism, one of the guards did have a symbolic face tattoo of Odin's spear and multiple hand and finger tattoos emblematic of Odinism and or Norse mythology. Are you kidding me? So he goes to one prison, he goes 200 miles away, and there's another Odinist as a guard in the prison? I don't know. Are there more Odinists than I know about? Apparently so. But are they attracted to being prison guards? I never heard this before. But these are the allegations. Matt Johnson, Court TV Crime and Justice correspondent, spent some time in Delphi recently, and with all this new knowledge that we have, took us back to the scene of the murders. Take a look.
We're here in Delphi, Indiana, a town of about 3,000 people. It is the town seat of Carroll County. We're going to take you on the trail, on the Monon High Bridge Trail that Libby and Abby took in 2017 and how they made it to the bridge. That's not this bridge. This is Freedom Bridge, also mentioned in court documents. So where they started that day, that's a little bit up the road. Across from Mears Farms is what's called Mears Entrance, according to court documents. And it would have been the main entrance in 2017. This fence wouldn't have been here. This is where Kelsey said that she dropped off Libby and Abby on February 13th that year. She would have waved goodbye, said that she loved them, and then watched them walk past those trees. And once Libby and Abby cleared the trees, they had a choice to make. Right here in the center of the trail, they could choose to go right and go towards town, or they could choose to go left towards the bridge. They went left. This is also where three girls say that they ran into a man generally matching the suspect description. He was heading towards the bridge. They were heading the opposite direction towards town. You know, walking along the trail, you realize that there are a lot of places that someone could hide. Yes, it was a different season. This happened in February of 2017. So there wouldn't have been leaves on the trees, but there are a lot of trees, and it would have been very dense. According to court documents, at around 2 o'clock that same day, a witness said she saw a man on the bridge standing about 50 feet up, but he looked very different according to her account. Looked boyish, young, 20s, maybe 30s, no facial hair, and brown curly hair or poofy hair. And that's what led to the second sketch. So we're at about the halfway point of the Monon High Bridge here behind me in Delphi, Indiana. You can see I'm standing on a part that is rebuilt, looks completely different than the area that leads over to private property. About this area right here, that's where that Snapchat photo was taken, where Libby takes a picture of her friend Abby. The two girls, they were heading down the bridge south over to private property, and that's where the abduction happened.
Wow.
Okay, so what's happening now? There's a big hearing, and you'll see it here on Court TV in front of the Supreme Court of Indiana. Cameras will be in there, and it's all about his defense team. His former attorneys looking for reinstatement. This is all happening on January 18th, okay? Reinstatement of the original defense team, Bradley, Rosie, and Andrew Baldwin. Richard Allen also looking to have the judge removed from the case, Judge Frangall, removed from the case, and he wants his speedy trial. He wants a trial within 70 days. I mean, that trial was supposed to be happening right now. If the original attorneys did not get tossed off, that trial would be happening right now, and that's what Richard Allen wants. He doesn't like being in prison. He doesn't like hanging out with the Odinist guards, and he doesn't like being locked up, and he says he's innocent. I don't know if the jury's going to agree with him, but there's a lot happening with this case. It was a case that was very complicated to begin with, but is getting infinitely more complicated now. So let's try to get to the bottom of it. Let's bring in our think tank. Joining us tonight, in Los Angeles, California, criminal defense attorney. Laura Retrial, also with us in Columbia, South Carolina, criminal defense attorney and lawyer Lori on TikTok, Lori Murray, and in Washington, D.C., the attorney who represented Johnny Depp in his defamation case and fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers. Ben Chu is with us. Great to see everyone tonight. Thank you for being here. Laura Retrial, let's begin here. Do you want to talk about reinstatement of the lawyers? Do you want to talk about the Hannibal Lecter treatment in prison, or do you want to talk about the Odinist?
Wow, they're all interesting. We can start with the reinstatement of the lawyers.
Okay.
We can start with that.
Go ahead. Should those lawyers be back in? They want to be in. They'll do it for free. Richard Allen wants them to represent him, but the judge found that they were not competent counsel.
Well, I'm not sure why she found them not competent, because my understanding is they were not the ones who leaked some of those, the photos. Someone without their knowledge, someone in the office took photos and leaked them. The judge, my understanding is, coerced these attorneys. Well, the defendant has a right to a defense team or defense lawyer of his choice, especially now that they are pro bono and they're no longer appointed by the court. He's entitled to that. And if he doesn't get back his attorneys, most likely the trial will not go within the time period that he wants it to go. You know, he has speedy trial rights as well, other than just a right to attorneys of his choice. So then there's going to be some issues on appeal if he doesn't get his way. And my assessment is that most likely his lawyers will be back on the case.
All right, Lori Murray, you get Hannibal Lecter. What would it be like for you if you were going to represent someone in a double murder case, the most notorious case in the history of the state, perhaps, and your client is 200 miles away, and when you go see him, he's shackled, and you got to talk through the little thing?
First of all, I've never had that happen. I don't understand why he's in state custody instead of the county custody. If it's a safety issue, there are certainly ways in county jails to make sure that he is, you know, segregated from anybody that might cause him harm. Obviously, somebody's causing him harm in the state facility, so there's a problem there. Driving that far to be able to see your client is extremely difficult. Having to make appointments is extremely difficult. And every time I've been in the state system, the shackles have been removed. I was at the jail today, even just, you know, in the local jail, the shackles are removed. I don't understand why he's being treated the way he's being treated.
Ben Chu, you get Odinism. It's an ancient Nordic religion or belief. It predates Christianity. So he's in one prison and the guards are wearing the patches. He goes to a new prison and there's an allegation that one of the guards has the Odinism tattoos on his face and on his fingers. And the overall allegation is that the Odinists are the actual killers here. Some local group, cult, religious, whatever they are. I don't know exactly what to call them, but Odinism. Do you think there's something going on in Indiana? Is there anything to it? Is it a coincidence?
Vinny, I think it's bizarre, and I think there are too many coincidences to have it be a complete accident. I agree with Laura. I think they need to get him somewhere isolated and somewhere safe because, you know, the prosecution would want, you know, wouldn't want these issues to be raised at trial or on appeal.
Larry, do you think there's any to this? It's a conspiracy. They're alleging a conspiracy because it's not just, it's a group of people, a ritualistic killing, but then when he's imprisoned and he makes his confession on the phone to his wife, they say there were more Odinists that were intimidating him and forcing him into that confession, potentially. So do you think that's a tough sell? Do you think it could be the truth?
It all depends. I mean, if this is something that the people in the area have encountered, they have people in their families or neighbors or, you know, just friends who are who believe in or are Odinists or worship this Nordic god, then maybe it is something that they can sell. But if it's something, for example, in California, we hadn't heard about this. We don't know of any ordinance. I don't know of any. But again, if it's something common in the area, then and it's believable, then it's an easy story to sell. It would only be tough if it sounds bizarre to the people there. And if they can't come up with evidence, there might be something that this defense team has other than the allegations by their client, right? There's got to be something else, maybe the ritualistic form or the crime scene. It looks like it was a ritualistic type of murder. There's got to be more to it. If you can build it and you've got a good story, why not? You can try and sell it to the jury and they might believe it.
I didn't hear the word, it could be the truth, though. So selling reasonable doubt is different than finding the truth. I just got to keep that in my mind. Because I'm afraid here, because the investigators should have solved this way before 5 years. Everything that they used recently in this arrest was available to them back then. So that scares me. And then if you're throwing this out there as well, and it has any sort of traction, it's a problem for prosecutors. I just want the truth. I just want the truth.
There we go. Want the truth. Do you think it's the truth, everybody? The truth shall set you free. Oh, I forgot to do something. My bad. So I go here. Look what I found here. New letter and case revealed. 45 minutes. Let's go.
Subject of many theories and investigations, none of which have resulted in a successful arrest. On December 26, 1996, 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey was found dead in her family's home in Boulder, Colorado. Her parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, had reported her missing early that morning. Patsy Ramsey found a lengthy, handwritten ransom note in the house addressed to her husband, John. About 7 hours after police arrived to investigate the kidnapping, JonBenet's body was found hidden behind a latched door in the basement of the home. And now, a convicted pedophile has written incriminating letters. His name is Gary Oliva. Tonight, we will take a look at those letters and the original ransom note with our experts to see if the handwriting is a match. Plus, we'll speak live with the man who received those letters from Oliva as we investigate the unsolved murder of JonBenet Ramsey.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Get ready. This hour, we're going to take a look at some information, some evidence, and try to see if there's anything that gets us closer to an answer in the JonBenet Ramsey case. And, this is an unsolved case, and it's one of those murders where everyone has a theory, right? A lot of people have theories and have thrown them out through the years, from DAs to investigators to podcasters to people producing specials on TV. So many have taken a look at the evidence that's been made public and revealed. And so many have gone in different directions with all of it. They have. I mean, they're even within law enforcement, there were like two schools of thought on what happened to this little girl. Now, like I said, everyone has theories, and there have been some relatively recent, and I say relatively recent, this is a very old case, but relatively recent television programs that have taken a look at it. And in one particular case, at the end of the program, it seemed like there was a conclusion by the experts who looked at this that it was someone within the family. That resulted in a defamation case, which, trust me, was not won by the network that produced the show. There was a settlement in that case. That didn't necessarily resolve anything, but that's the way this case has gone, right? People have been very passionate about their views. And John Ramsey and the family from the beginning said, no, it's not us. It's not us. But there was a lot of focus on the family from the beginning. And that may have thrown this whole thing off the tracks a little bit because we still don't have an answer. Like, how could you focus on a certain set of suspects from the beginning, yet never come up with enough evidence to bring them into a courtroom? And I know that the original prosecutor had gone after him, looked like things were moving in that direction, but it didn't end up that way. Didn't end up that way. Now, I remember at Court, when I was at Court TV early on in my career at Court TV, there was a huge moment when John Mark Carr, who was this guy? This bizarre man, made this confession, and everyone thought, this is it. This is it. Brought him back from overseas. I think he was in Thailand. He had confessed to all of this, was brought into court. At the time, it was the biggest moment in the history of Court TV, the first time that he was brought into a courtroom here in the United States. And it turned out that that was a false confession. You know, they looked at him, they looked at where he was, what he knew, everything, and the pieces just didn't fit. Trust me, they wanted the pieces to fit, but they didn't. And in high-profile cases, you will get false confessions. It's par for the course. It happens. That's why investigators always hold back some information that presumably only the killer would know. So when they get all these confessions, they can somehow corroborate or verify that, oh, yeah, you know, he or she knew something that nobody else knew in this case. That wasn't the case with John Mark Carr. So now we're dealing with this other confession. I know it's been making the rounds for a while, but it's a guy named Gary Oliva. All right? He likes pictures of little kids, okay?
That's
Child
disgusting.
pornography. We know that for a fact, okay? So that gets him into the, into the sphere of people who could potentially be responsible for all this. Now, he's written a series of letters, including ones where he has admitted taking the life of John Benet Ramsey. He's in custody right now. But he sent these letters, and the question is this for real? Is this a real confession, or the deranged mind of a man making a false confession like John Mark Carr did years ago? And that's what we're going to look at tonight on this show. That's what we're going to look at and get the backstory and get some facts and try to put the pieces together here. So let's begin with the letter. He wrote a letter to a friend of his, a friend, acquaintance, former classmate. His name is Michael Vale. And in that letter, he wrote, "I never loved anyone like I did John Benet, and yet I let her slip and her head bashed in half, and I watched her die. It was an accident." Okay? That's one of many letters that Gary Oliva has written through the years, this to Michael Vale. So I want to get the backstory on this man, Gary Oliva, and the friend, classmate he was writing to. What's the story behind the letter, behind this confession? And so joining me tonight, folks, from Ventura, California, the man who received those letters from Gary Oliva, his former classmate, Michael Vale. Michael, I just didn't know how to describe it. I didn't want to say friend, but like he's sending you letters, and I know classmate, acquaintance. How would you describe your relationship now and years ago with this man, Gary Oliva?
Well, really, there's three parts to that story. The first part would be pre-96. The second part, then would be 96, and then anything after 2016. But in the beginning, I went to a very small high school, and everybody knew everybody there. And Gary was what we called an orbiter. He just would orbit around our groups and stuff. So we were classmates. We knew everybody at school. There's probably 75 to 100 kids there at any given time. It was a rather small school.
Okay, so you describe him as an orbiter. Was he always a little different? Was there always did you and your classmates sense that one of these classmates is not like the other?
Well, we didn't really we were just kids. We didn't really know about that stuff. I didn't have any idea. We have a naivety, at the time, being just young kids. But of course, we knew there was something wrong with Gary. In fact, we called him Scary Gary. He was known for breaking into places and getting art supplies. I mean, he could break in and steal things, but he was definitely into stealing art supplies and things of that nature. When I heard about the paintbrush, things like that. There's so many points that I have here. I have 25 points of what I would call circumstantial evidence.
Okay, let's get to that in just a minute. I just want to focus on how we got to these letters. So let's start with when does he start writing to you, and what is the sort of the nature of the communication, and is it a back and forth, or is it a sort of a one-way street here?
Well, right after high school, I went off, got married, went to college, all that good stuff, and Gary stayed in touch with the mail, the U.S. mail. Believe it or not, back then that's how we stayed in touch. So I was taking a TV and radio course, and I had access to this fantastic studio. So I was making these funny cassette tapes with all their sound effects and stuff. And I popped Gary, was one of the guys I popped on one of these cassette tapes. Well, he loved it. He mailed me back a cassette tape. And this went on for years, I'm going to say 16 years, getting cassette tapes and things from him and really not talking by telephone, which made that phone call in 96, very more scary.
Okay, so let's get to the phone call in 1996. This is when you say everything changes. And we know this is when John Bonet is murdered. So what was this phone call like? When was it? And what was said?
It was December 26th. It was almost midnight on the 27th. Would have been the morning of the 27th. Well, all of a sudden, it was the happiest time of my life. It really was. I just bought a house. I married my high school sweetheart, ironically, right? And then, things were going so great. And so my family went to sleep, and I remember it. You remember a phone call you get that's terrifying. You remember it. You remember the room you're in when you get that phone call. And I remember with the Christmas tree and everything. It was December 26th, and it was about midnight. And I get that phone call, and it's Gary's voice, and he's like, oh, I just heard, little girl, like it was the most terrifying. I'm getting goosebumps just now telling you guys this because it was terrifying, and I immediately jumped into protective mode. Oh, where are you? What's your address? What's your phone number? And he kind of caught on to me, but he told me he was in Boulder. When I was like, Boulder? Why would you be in Boulder? You've been sending me mail for 16 years from Oregon. And now you're suddenly in Boulder calling me. Anyway, he hung the phone up when I'm trying to get information. And that was the phone call. Well, here's the scariest part. The next morning, I get to the LA Times on the newspaper on my front porch. It's 6, 7 in the morning. I flip the newspaper open, and there it is on the back side. It says, girl 6 slain in Boulder, Colorado. And I knew something serious had happened that night. I knew something serious had happened. I go, wow, he actually killed a girl. And that's when I called that number. Right then and there, I called that phone number. And I sat back, and, when you call the police, they're going to do something, right? I mean, that's their job. They investigate tips, right? And here's my solid gold tip. But I sit back, I'm telling my wife, any day they're going to arrest Gary, watch this, it's going to be incredible. And then all of a sudden, like every day would go by, and there's no phone call. I mean, the police never followed up. So after 3 months, I called them a second time. And I said, look, I need to tell you, I've got a really good lead for the John. Now I knew her name was John Bonet. And I said, I've got a lead for the John Bonet murder. And they said, okay, let me put you through to the John Bonet line, quote unquote, the crazy person line, right? Because by now, thousands of people had called, who knows, my tip got buried in there. Who knows what happened? I'm still thinking Gary's going to be arrested any day. You talked about John Mark Carr earlier. And let me tell you something. I knew when John Mark Carr got arrested, I knew that I was like, what is this? I mean, I know Gary did this. I know who killed John Bonet.
So never any response from police. You make the initial call, you make the second call. Did they ever get back to you?
No, the Boulder police never contacted me until the TV show 48 Hours and Lou Smith followed up. And actually, Alex Hunter, the district attorney for Boulder, Colorado at the time, drove out to my apartment in Ventura. And I gave him evidence of some of those scary things that Gary had mailed me over the years. We're talking handwriting samples. We're talking hair from missing kids posters, really scary stuff that he had started sending me. What I forgot to tell you is that over the 16 years, the things he had sent me got darker and darker until it was like including tape recordings where he's simulating a rape of a child and really horrible things like that. So yeah, it was getting pretty scary. And then 96 happened, and I knew that he had done something very serious.
So when do you get a letter where because over the phone, I would consider that a confession too, right? I hurt this girl. He says he's in Boulder, right? So that's one part. When do you start getting letters or the letter where he purports to confess to the murder itself?
Right. It's an interesting story because in May of 2016, I had had enough. I had found Gary's Pinterest page. It was basically a trophy page to John Bonet. There was 65 photos of John Bonet in there. And I just went livid. So I thought, what can I do to help this case along? What can I do? And here it was 2016. So I wrote I have a friend who's an FBI agent, sent her a 3-page email. She said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Within a month, Gary was arrested, and he's gotten a undetermined sentence. And he's still in prison.
It's still in prison now. I mean, the guy clearly has issues and has problems. And the question is he the one responsible for all of this? So you get the letter from him. What do you do with the letters once he starts confessing to you through these letters?
No, the way that happened is that within a month he was arrested, and I was like, oh wow, it was like a backpack full of rocks. It was like relief. I finally was free from worrying about Gary Luce in society. It was the best feeling in the world. And I thought that was enough. That's what I needed, right? And then, but what happened was somebody said, hey, why don't you write Gary a letter and ask him what he did that night? Or tell me. And I said, that's a brilliant idea. So I started sending Gary's letters. To my surprise, he started sending them back. And I tried everything to try to get him to talk about his life and just about everything, about how this got to this point, you know, and about John Bonet and his obsession with John Bonet. We talked about every detail. And then, what happened is I couldn't get enough details from the letters, so I had him start to call me on the telephone. And I'm recording those calls.
Now, Michael, I understand that you just got another letter today.
Oh, yeah.
From Gary Leyva?
Yeah, matter of fact, I do have a letter still sealed right here. It's dated July 31st.
Do you mind opening it and tell us what Gary has to say tonight?
I sure do. I sure do. And I got to tell you, we've got some amazing details coming up. We have a new private investigator that's working with us, and it's really helping this case along. I'm very excited. Okay, so I'm opening this, as you can see. I'm sorry, I should have done that on the... Okay, this is a very, very detailed letter. I haven't reviewed this, but as you can see, let me just approve this, make sure it's okay. It says generosity brings psychological benefits. It's some clipping from it's interesting, you know, the things that he sent me. And now he's kind of changed his handwriting even more, and he writes very small. And, you know, I'll spare you guys. I won't read this to you, but it's been quite a journey for 27 years trying to keep
just
this
give us
guy
a small
out.
flavor a small flavor of what he wrote, if you could read a couple lines from it.
In the garden, there are patches where others have dumped things of little value that need clearing out and tilled ready for planting, that are patches where no matter one tries to grow, a surface then dies. It never takes hold needs the right nutrients. That's where the patches are. The things never get planted at the right time. So you must keep replanting. So it's just bizarre.
Bizarre stuff. But I mean, this case is still unsolved. There's a purported confession here. Now, this is what I want to do, Michael. I want you to stand by, because what we're doing here tonight is taking some of the letters that you've provided, and there's the original ransom note in the John Bonet case, which everyone believes the killer wrote, right? So we're going to compare the handwriting from the letters. Got some experts coming on in the next segment. We'll take a look at that. And then I know you have that list, okay? I'm going to get to the lists. Before we finish here this hour, we're going to get to your list as well. So Michael Vale, former classmate of Gary Oliva, staying with us. We're going to compare those letters. We've got a lot to get to. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Nassau, in the Bahamas, a love triangle and divorce turned into an alleged murder-for-hire plot. Lindsay Shiver is accused of cheating on her husband, then soliciting a third man with her lover to kill her husband, Robert. We are live in the Bahamas with the latest.
Lindsay, you want to say anything about the allegations? Any message to Robert or the boys?
Hire a hitman. You tried to hire a hitman to kill your husband, Robert.
A man married 6 times. 4 of his wives died under mysterious circumstances.
Eccentric widower Thomas Randolph.
Charged with the murders of his wife and the man he allegedly paid to kill her.
A 2017 conviction overturned.
The plan between Mr. Miller and Mr. Randolph was to kill Sharon.
Now he faces a jury once again.
The Widower Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
The note was lying across the run of one of the stair treads. And it was kind of
What do you guys
dimly
think?
lit because
Write
it
in
was
the
very
chat.
early in the morning. And I started to read it, and it was addressed to John.
A terrifying message scrawled across 3 pages.
It said, "We have your daughter."
A lot of things didn't make sense. Why would they leave a ransom note with her body still in the house?
My first impression was that this guy wrote the Magna Carta.
You will withdraw $118,000 from your account.
If I were kidnapping this guy's daughter, I'd ask for $250,000, $500,000, $1 million. So the amount of money is just really odd to me.
This ransom note from the beginning has been baffling, but I think most people agree it's connected to the killer. And probably, I mean, if it's not the killer, then who would have written this, right? Like, why would you write that note? But it wasn't even a kidnapping. It was a murder. She was still in the house. So take a look at the ransom note. This is, one of the most significant pieces of evidence in the case. And yet they haven't been able to connect anyone to it. So we've got Gary Oliva confessing in a letter and writing tons of letters to Michael Vale. So what we want to do is compare Gary Oliva's letter to the ransom note to say, hey, are there consistencies here? Does it look like the same person could have or did write these 2 letters? So let's bring in our guest, still with us, Gary Oliva's former classmate, Michael Vale. Also joining us tonight, helping us a lot with all this in Salt Lake City, private investigator and great friend of the show, Jason Jensen, and helping us analyze these documents, forensic handwriting experts, Moselle Martin and Dawn McCarty. Great to have everyone here. Thank you so much. And I got to let everyone know, Jason Jensen is putting all this together and helping us so much. Appreciate Jason. But I'm going to go right to the experts, if you don't mind, who you helped put all this together. So I want to take a look at sort of like a layover kind of comparison that Moselle did. We have something we could put on the screen here, which compares the TH, the IF, the U, and some of the words here. Moselle, why don't you begin to explain this and what it tells you?
Well, for me, it's really about the nuances, the little things that are not common. It's important to look at the common similarities as well, but it's also important to look at the uncommon things. For example, a lot of the people who are at home, armchair sleuths, they will look at it and say, oh, well, it doesn't visually look the same. But if you can, everybody kind of learned the same way in school to a certain extent. And so there's going to be some commonalities. So when you overlay them, though, some of these weird little strokes that are awkward, that are not common, like a little bend in the T stem or an arch in the H, those are unique to that individual. So when you overlay them, they line up so well. That's a really loud announcement in my profession.
Okay, Dawn, let's start going through some of the letters now. Let's start. This is like going back to school with the letter A and the comparison of the A. So what did you find in this comparison of the letter A? I think we're going to put it up on the screen. Do we have it? Here we go. All right. Tell us what we're looking at.
Sure. So when you look at these, you might think at first, oh, these don't look the same. One starts and one's, on a upward slant to curve over. However, if you lay these two over, if you take the blue A and you lay it over the black A, it almost lines up in that arch that bends around. You can see how they line up a little bit. And then there's also an indentation on that right-hand side, which I think is on another slide later, that you can see in the same location on both sides, both documents. Those nuances or the anomalies exist. And that's what we're really looking for is it's easy to spot things that are similar, but what we're really looking for is those things that aren't really obvious, but we can still find. So that's why we really dig in and take our time with these analysis and dig up a little bit more or dig through them a little bit more so we can find those similarities and the dissimilarities, because we want to have a broad analysis. We want to know what's different. And then we also want to know, okay, so how many traits are similar so that we can stack those traits? Because like Moselle said, some of us are going to have very similar writing because we learned in schools that taught us how to write the same letters. So that aside, as we grow, we start creating or start developing our own style, and our own personality comes out into our writing, where you can see someone else's handwriting and recognize, okay, yeah, that's my mom's handwriting. So that's what we're looking for beyond that. What else is in that writing that is unique to both documents?
So let's go through some more letters. Go through the letter C now. Let's take a look. Moselle, what are your thoughts about the C's?
Well, it's very interesting because the C's and the E's, if you just looked at those letters of Gary's, a lot of them resemble an E. But we have to look at, we have two different writing instruments. We have a Sharpie and we have an ink pen. So when you're comparing them, you're automatically going to have some residual stroking of the Sharpie, because it does automatically bleed into the paper weave a lot differently than the ink would sit on it. However, you can still see when you overlay them the same strokes, the angles, the hooks, the exits, they are still there, even though we have different writing instruments.
Let's go to the D's. Dawn? That's your first letter of your name. What do you think of the D's?
So what's significant about these Ds, if you look how they're both written on each side, they start at the top. And now at the top on the question document, you see that black dot. That's because it's a Sharpie pen and that ink is flowing as soon as it makes contact with the paper. So both these Ds start at the top and they go all the way around and form that circle without stopping. There's no straight stem going down and then up and creating the loop. The stem goes down and it continues on and wraps around to form that D on the top one. On the bottom one, you can see how both of these traits are like a little triangle in that loop. So it's not a pure circle. Both, again, exist in both documents.
Moselle, we have here two L's together. Let's take a look at that and tell me what you think.
The L's, I was so excited when I saw the L's because it just has so much difference in the visual aspect of it. But when we overlay them, I was so excited. I yelled at my husband and I said, you have to see these L's, and he doesn't know anything about handwriting. But when you overlay them, there's just no denying that they are made with the same stroke. It has the same, the same bend in the stems. It has the same spacing between the stems that also line up. So they are very distinct.
Dawn, take a look at the M's now. Let's go to the M's.
So when you look at these M's, you're going to say that they don't look alike. That these ones are shorter in the middle, where that you have the peaks and the valleys. But when you overlay them, you can still see that the spacing is the same, and that's what we look for also. So it's not just about is the points exactly the same. There's not going to be an exact match on every letter, especially when you're looking at disguised writing, which obviously the ransom note is disguised writing. So it's not going to look exactly the same. However, when you lay these over, you can see how they do line up as far as the spacing goes.
All right, Moselle, this is interesting. The O's and the O's. And I don't know if that's the O's and the O's or the O's and the zeros. The O's and the zeros. Let's take a look here. What are you seeing here?
So for me, one of the big things I always look for when I'm analyzing a question document is I am looking for entrance and exit strokes. Where do they start? Where do they end? How do they meet and connect? And after they complete, what shape are they? So when we overlay these, it's just, again, again, it's just, how do you deny this?
It's unbelievable. And finally, Dawn, we've got some numbers and symbols here we're going to take a look at as well, which I guess are a little more unique. What's significant here?
So at first glance, you're going to look at the 1997, and you're going to see some wobbliness and some heavier ink at the bottom, the base of the 9. But you have to remember that that is written with a Sharpie pen. So you're going to see more of that than you may have if it was written with a ballpoint pen. So when you look at the 9s on the right and you lay those over the 9s in the middle, sort of, and I think we do have an overlay on this one. I'm not sure if it's going to play, but those 9s line up. They're just a little bit shorter. And then the double 9s also line up. So that the .99 on the right side of the known sample is actually the 99-cents piece of the 1999. And it still lines up in over these other 99s. To where they're centered and still within the same spacing, more or less. And then the 7, of course, that top bar across the top is nearly the same length. And then both of them come down almost straight before the blue 7 bends a little bit and before the 7 gets a little wobbly. But you can still, when those are overlaid, they're pretty similar.
Okay, so let's get to the bottom line here now. So, Moselle, I'll begin with you. I'm not familiar. What's the standard when you compare? Is it like more likely than not inconsistent with, or what's your conclusion?
So for me, I use a 5-point scale, which basically 5 would say absolutely there's no way possible this person could have written this. In my opinion, again, this is just my opinion. So for this, I would be at about a 1.75. I would love to have seen more handwriting, but we can only work with what we have access to. But based on everything that I looked for and looked at, I had dozens and dozens of samples of Gary's. I started at 250, went up to 225, then was at a 2, and then ended at 175.
So what does 175 mean again?
Means pretty close to certain, but you can
Okay.
never say 100%.
Right. So it's very close. Okay. So Dawn,
Very close.
what was your conclusion?
So I started out more at a 3-4 in the very beginning because I didn't do the deep dive. I was still just did a peer review. And the more I started digging into it, the more I started doing the overlays, I could see more significance in the similarities. And this is a compelling argument that there's a lot of anomalies in here. And so I did manage to get down to, and I was on a 2 for a little while, but those O's and some of the numbers, the A's that have a little indentation that exists in both documents, they were a little convincing. So I'm between a 1.75 and a 2. So in my opinion, it's plausible.
Wow. Wow. Fascinating stuff. I appreciate you coming on and sharing that with us. Pretty amazing. So I thank you, Moselle Martin and Dawn McCarty. Jason Jensen's going to stay with us. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about all of this. And of course, Mike Vale, I know you've got your list. I want to hear that list. We've got all that coming up. Don't go anywhere, folks. Wow.
A man married 6 times. 4 of his wives died under mysterious circumstances.
Eccentric widower Thomas Randolph.
Charged with the murders of his wife and the man he allegedly paid to kill her.
A 2017 conviction overturned.
The plan between Mr. Miller and Mr. Randolph was to kill Sharon.
Now he faces a jury once again.
The Widower Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
Well, I'm quite familiar with him. You used the term, this person should have been at the top of the radar for the police. Unfortunately, we were at the top of the radar, and they ignored people like this in the beginning. Oliva was referred to us by the Boulder District Attorney for follow-up by our detectives because I think he felt the police would not follow it up properly. And when I heard the circumstantial evidence around this guy, I said to our attorneys, this is the guy. And they said, whoa, don't do a Boulder police on us yet. We don't know that yet. We got a lot of digging to do. So we knew about him early on, and he was certainly right up at the top of the list of possible suspects.
That was John Ramsey. The last time we talked about this, he said, hey, Gary Lee was on the top of our list, but the Boulder police were focused on the Ramseys. Like, that's part of the history of this case. Here's what the Boulder police told us today. Because this is an active and ongoing investigation, I'm unable to answer any specific questions about this crime. That's a 27-year active investigation without a ton of activity. But there were prior statements, like in 2019, the Boulder Police Department said they were aware of Gary Oliva and has investigated his potential involvement in the case, including several previous confessions. The department routinely receives information on investigation. Information provided to the police department is reviewed along with the many tips and theories we receive. Right? So they know about him, but what's going on here? Let's bring back in our guests, Michael Vale, Jason Jensen, still with me. Jason, let me start with you. What are your thoughts tonight, right? You put all this together, handwriting experts, and it seems like they're pretty confident that this is consistent, that it could, in fact, be the same person.
Right. Thanks, Vinny, for having us tonight. I mean, I know that Court TV has been covering this story for many, many years, and so we were excited to share the results of our one-year independent investigation thus far. So, yeah, when we learned of the similarities of Gary's handwriting, we thought this was significant in light of the fact that, you know, the handwriting of Patsy Ramsey was really instrumental in building their case against the Ramseys initially. So even though that the scaling was 4.5 or 5, which was a complete elimination or mostly eliminating for both of them, they still emphasize the Ramseys as being key to, you know, discovering what happened to John Bonet that night. But with such a low score in favor of Gary, we think we're onto something. And the only thing that they've ever said was in response to the 48 Hours Investigates episode was that DNA eliminated Gary in 2002. But what we know back then, their sole emphasis was the Ramseys. So we questioned in our investigation whether that was a sincere elimination of Gary by DNA.
All right, Michael, and by the way, in these big cases, I think you have to take law enforcement with a grain of salt. We learned that in the Delphi murders. The suspect who gets arrested overlooked. They knew about him right from the beginning. The Long Island serial killer should have been an arrest within months in that case, but police were doing whatever they were doing there. So, you got to take it with a grain of salt. So, Michael, I know you are involved in all this, and what's your list? Everyone that's watching is like, Vinny, will you let him give us the list? So what's your list that you have for us tonight?
Well, number one is the direct evidence. I've always known who killed John Bonet, and the fact is that phone call, and my fact that I called the police the next morning, there's a record of that, and this is a documented direct evidence. Now, that right there, to me, here's how I feel. Everybody's saying there's a mystery about who killed John Bonet. But to me, that's not the mystery. The mystery is why Gary hasn't been arrested for this. Okay, let me go on to the circumstantial evidence for you. And thank you for a great program, by the way. Gary had the means, the access, the history, and the criminal history. Boy, he was on the run for... it's hard to say, what he was doing to a little girl in Oregon. He was on the run from the law for that when John Bonet was killed in '96. Anyway, he had a fascination with knots in high school, with cords, knots. It's in his collages. It's in his artwork. Then also he attempted to strangle his own mother with a telephone cord. Tried to kill his own mother and told her, hey, I should have killed you years before. And then, of course, we know how John Bonet was killed, unfortunately, with a cord. It's really tough to talk about. The proximity of Gary is what's really alarming here. We're not talking about somebody across town. We're talking about somebody right down the alley. Unlucky 13 houses. Very unlucky 13 houses down that same alley. And then when you look on Google Satellite, you can see how those trees cover that alley, and anybody can sneak through there unknown, undetected. Anyway, boy, that gives me goosebumps right now. 13 houses away. He was getting his mail there in a church, 13 houses down. I could get into that, but we only have another half hour. We have he has an obsession with John Bonet. Well, hey, we all know that. You've seen the drawings, right? We know. I'm going to skip number 6. We'll get to that later. But number 7, he was a creeper in school, in high school. Also breaking into Caltech Pasadena, breaking into UC Boulder. He was actually arrested on the campus with a poem to John Bonet and photographs and artwork of John Bonet.
Michael, let me do this, Michael. Just stay where you are. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll finish up on the other side. We had something else we're going to do. We're not going to do it. We're going to stay on this. Jason Jensen, Michael Vale, stand with us. We'll be right back. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Las Vegas, Nevada, the widower Thomas Randolph is accused of hiring a hitman to murder his wife. He's also accused of then murdering the hitman. Randolph has been married 6 times, and 4 of his wives are dead. Will the jury find out? We have the latest from court.
Did you understand that by signing this document, you are agreeing that if you are convicted of first-degree murder in this case, I will choose the punishment and it will not be put to this jury? Yes, ma'am.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight.
That demanded our attention.
They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before reporting her child missing?
These are the trials that became legendary. And now you can relive them all in one place. Court TV, Legendary Trials. Go to courttv.com/legendary trials to find out how to watch.
Welcome back. I want to preserve as much time for our guests. We're talking about the the murder of John Benet Ramsey. Michael Vale's with us. Jason Jensen's with us. Michael Vale, former classmate of Gary Oliva, got all these letters. Michael, when we went to break, you were going through your list of circumstantial evidence that you have come up with that would implicate Gary Oliva. Let me just ask you, did police ever ask for your phone records, or did they ever get your phone records to verify that you got that call from Oliva? No, of course not. Why would you do that?
That was through a landline.
Yeah, exactly. So go ahead, continue with your list and try to, we have 2 minutes exactly. So see if you can save like 20 seconds for Jason Jensen at the end.
Yeah, thank you to Jason Jensen. He's been doing a fantastic job, and he talked about DNA, and that's on my list. You have to look into the science of DNA in 1996. I mean, it could have been anybody that touched her. It could have been somebody at the mortuary who actually touched her when they actually ran the touch DNA. So we have to look at this. What I've been told since the very beginning of this case, the DNA has been compromised. We all know that. That's a fact. Now, real quick, he broke into schools for art supplies, and she was killed with a paintbrush from Patsy art room. Now, he slept in the campus of Boulder. He signed the ransom note is signed SBTC. Well, they had a breakthrough with single band truncated crystal that year, University of Boulder. Amazing. Jason did an amazing job putting that together. He called me 6 hours before it was in the news. Come on. We was on the run for molesting a girl in Oregon. He had mailed me missing girl posters. It was very terrifying to get that. He had a fascination with 6-year-old kids. I don't know why he locked into 6-year-old kids, but the eyeballs on forks. Now we take the digital spin. He's a cannibal. I guess if you eat human skin of a child, I guess that would make you a cannibal. So he's confessed to me on a prison interview phone call that he tasted children's skin. He wanted to eat John Bonet, also something he told me. Anyway, I could go on this list. We only had 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And I appreciate it. Jason Jensen, so what happens next? Where do we go from here?
Well, at this point, I've certainly updated John Ramsey, and I've also offered our evidence to Boulder PD, and I'm still waiting to hear them back.
All right. I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. For many reasons, I don't understand how this whole thing, why it hasn't been widened. Bring in the FBI, everybody else, all boots on the ground. Didn't happen in this case. Michael Vale, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for sharing everything. Jason Jensen, amazing as always. We really do appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Betty Nguyen. Welcome to the CBS News Miami special, Nothing But Her Truth, my exclusive one-on-one interview with former Circuit Judge Elizabeth Scherer. She presided over the Parkland school shooting trial and was the center of fascination and controversy. She resigned in 2023 following the backlash over how this trial was handled. Well, now she's talking about the case for the first time. Here's my exclusive multi-part interview with Scherer as she goes in depth on what happened in the courtroom during this historic trial.
Former Judge Elizabeth Scherer is surrounded by family in this law firm her father founded nearly 50 years ago. This is where she now practices civil law, a stark contrast from being thrust into the national spotlight as the presiding judge in the Parkland school shooting trial. The massacre happened on Valentine's Day, 2018, killing 17 people and injuring 17 others. It remains one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history.
11 firearm magazines.
The very next day, Judge Scherer was randomly assigned to the Parkland school shooter's death penalty trial.
When you got notice that you were the judge, what did you think?
I was going through my docket and my secretary came in and she was like in a full panic. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. And I said, what's the matter? She said, you got to sign the Parkland case. And I said, okay. It was a big shock, but not so much. I don't know. I can't explain it. I had a feeling that case was coming to me.
The case lasted 5 years, and with it came cameras that captured courtroom drama in real time before a live nationwide audience.
We have another day wasted. I honestly, I have never experienced a level of unprofessionalism in my career.
Some of the courtroom sparring, though, do you feel like it took away from the trial?
Well, anytime I had to, I guess, reprimand or censor an attorney, it was outside the presence of the jury.
But jurors did see some of this heated exchange.
Your Honor, yes, at this time the defense rests, other than putting in our records. We're not playing chess. I mean, will you please take the jury back in?
Viewers watched the rest play out between the judge and public defender Melissa McNeil.
I have been practicing in this county for 20 years.
You know what? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear
Well,
it.
Judge, you're insulting me on the record in front of my client, and I believe that I should be able to.
Okay, you can do that later. You can make your record later, but you've been insulting me the entire trial. So blatantly taking your headphones off, arguing with me, storming out, coming late intentionally if you don't like my rulings. So quite frankly, this has been long overdue.
There was a lot of talk surrounding some of the actions when it came to public defender Melissa McNeil. Do you feel that you unduly chastised the public defender?
You know, can I just have a minute?
Yeah, take your time.
I just need like a minute to take a drink and to think about this.
Yeah. Cher took a brief break, and when she came back. So let's get to some of the moments in the trial that stick out in a lot of folks' head.
Okay.
Do you feel at any point that you unduly chastised the public defender, Melissa McNeil?
So there was a lot that was going on during that trial that I felt was extremely unprofessional and disrespectful, not only to the court, but to the families. As a judge, there's only certain tools that you have to address that type of disrespect. And, you know, did I handle it perfectly? Perhaps not, but I did what I thought needed to be done in order to maintain decorum and to keep that trial moving in a way that was fair to all parties.
Scherer says her initial hesitation to discuss certain details stems from her agreement to receive a public reprimand from the Florida Supreme Court and an acknowledgement that her conduct during trial was at times not patient, dignified, or courteous. But critics argue some of the actions by the defense team were shocking.
When these people are upset about specific things that have gone on from that table, like shooting the middle finger up at this court and laughing and joking, Miss McNeil, be quiet.
And then there was this polarizing moment.
Judge, I can assure you that if they were talking about your children, you would definitely notice it.
You need to sit down right now. You're out of line. In fact, you're excused. To try to threaten my children and bring up my children is inappropriate.
Looking back on that, do you still feel that your child was threatened?
So I'm very protective of my daughter. And looking back, I may have overreacted. In other words, maybe that's not what the attorney meant, but I don't feel it's ever appropriate to look at a judge and say, well, if this was your kid, what I mean, that is just so far out of line that I will tell you, he found the right button to push. I try to maintain a level of, you know, calmness and take a deep breath when somebody's trying to sort of bait me. Bringing up my daughter, you know, I did lose my temper, and just to put it in context, although I don't know that that's what was meant by it, but as a career criminal prosecutor, I've had 3 or 4 defendants get out of prison and come to my courtroom. They find out I'm a judge, they come to my courtroom, they sit in the back. And I think my mind was going too fast when I heard that. And I thought, well, now everybody who's watching knows I have a daughter. So anybody who wants to sort of get to me can bring her up, but long story short, do I think that's what he meant? Probably not. Do I think that he was inappropriate? Absolutely.
All right, he's remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections.
The Parkland school shooting case lasted over 5 years. In the end, a jury did not come to a unanimous decision on the death penalty, sentencing the shooter to life in prison, a verdict that crushed the victims' families.
We, the jury, unanimously find
The trial was over, but the courtroom cameras were still rolling. When presiding judge Elizabeth Scher hugged the victims' families and even members of the prosecution, backlash came quickly.
Do you feel like you showed a bias?
When I stepped down and hugged the victims? So the prosecutor came up to me and said, Judge, the victims' families would like to meet you. And the defendant had already been sentenced and the trial was over. There's no appeal because he was sentenced to life in prison based upon the recommendation of the jury. There's no appeal. So I said, sure, they can come up. And they came up and started to, including the prosecution, started to shake my hand over the bench. And I was having a hard time like leaning over. And I thought, well, you know what, I'm going to come down. And I came down and that at that moment, it felt like we have all been through so much. And as a human being, I'm going to give a hug. I don't feel shaking hands is awkward. And I want to hug these people. And they hugged me and I hugged them. And I think it offered a sense of closure and peace, not only to me, but to those families. And I understand that people think a judge shouldn't do that, but I don't think that any other judge in the world has ever sat through a trial where children were shredded with bullets.
At any moment during those hugs, did it dawn on you that, wow, this may be perceived as a bias?
I mean, I knew I was on camera. It wasn't like I tried to hide it. I knew that this was going to be on national television. But I thought at the time that because I offered the same to the defense, that it would be okay. And, you know, in hindsight, perhaps I should have just hugged the families and shaken the hands of the prosecution. But again, it was an emotional time, and I was probably thinking with my heart and not my head.
When did it hit you that this could be problematic for me?
When I right after the trial, there were hundreds of motions to disqualify filed against me by the public defender's office for those actions.
The Florida Judicial Qualifications Commission determined the judge violated several rules governing judicial conduct. It also said,
you allowed your emotions to overcome your judgment. Is that true?
At times.
Is that part of just being human?
I think it is.
Is that what makes you different as a judge?
I think that maybe because they're saying my emotions got the better of me to the extent that I hug the families, maybe that part makes me different.
Do you regret it?
No.
Why?
Because it offered a sense of peace and closure to those grieving families. I regret that people perceived it in a way that they led them to believe that I couldn't be fair and impartial on other cases. That part I regret. But do I regret embracing those people as a human being, one human being to another, one parent to another? No.
Judge Scher resigned in June 2023 before the Florida Supreme Court issued a public reprimand.
So do you think you could have continued on as a judge and been fair and impartial?
Absolutely.
Do you think you've been given a raw deal?
No. I think that it was my job to maintain, decorum and impartiality. And if somebody disagrees with me, I think it's always best to reflect and move on and do better next time.
Why leave?
Well, I was there for 10 years. So 20 years in a courtroom, a criminal courtroom, but for the few years I was in family court, it was time for a change, time to do something else.
Former Judge Elizabeth Scherer now works at the Fort Lauderdale firm her father founded nearly 5 decades ago.
Hi, how are you?
He's a powerhouse attorney who represented former President George W. Bush in the Broward County recount.
You know, I wanted my kids to all be lawyers, and they are. So my dream has come true. It took 50 years of practice for me to get all my kids in my firm, and here they are.
But initially, this family was ready to fiercely defend the daughter and sister they affectionately call Liz from the fallout surrounding the Parkland school shooting trial.
And I wanted her to fight it vigorously.
Last June, the Judicial Qualifications Commission determined Judge Scherer at times gave the appearance of partiality.
My dad also wanted me to contest it. But as you can imagine, a trial would have required witnesses. And who would the witnesses have been? These family members who were there to experience and witness a lot of what went on. And to me, it was not an option.
The former judge says she didn't want the victims and family members to relive that trial all over again. So she resigned and is now practicing civil law. Does it feel like you're starting over?
Yes, absolutely. Especially when they tell me, you're assigned to this case now, and I go, okay, what am I, first chair? No, sixth. And I'm saying, what? I'm used to calling the shots, making the rulings.
While a jury decided the fate of the Parkland school shooter, this former judge reviewed all the evidence in the case and even toured the classroom where so many young lives were cut short. Did this change you in any way?
I would say of all the evidence, the hardest part was hearing a cell phone video that a child had taken where you could hear the gunfire and the screaming in the background. That was gut-wrenching.
Do you think that the shooter should have gotten the death penalty?
I believe legally he qualified for the death penalty. I believe legally the state met its burden of proof as proving heinous, atrocious, and cruel.
There are a lot of victims' families that watched your actions day after day in the courtroom, and they were in support of you. What is your reaction to that?
Humbled. When I heard from them originally after the trial and got to embrace them and actually touch them for the first time and hear them describe how grateful they were for what I did, to know that with what they went through, that I in some way helped give them some type of peace, made the whole thing worthwhile.
How did you decompress during the Parkland trial? What did you do to try to take the stress out of your life?
So I love horses. And I moved my horses to Lexington, Kentucky, which to me is it's just heaven. I would take a commuter flight on the weekends and ride my horses in Lexington. They're so tranquil. And so that was my getaway.
So this is your happy place?
Yes, this is my happy place. This is my oldest horse. Her name is Zellaline.
Here at the Next Level Performance Center in Davie, she's continued to ride and compete, winning first place awards and even breaking a few bones.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Are you kidding me? The higher those jumps go, the more adrenaline and the more fun it is.
Don't you get scared?
Yeah, but you have to sort of get over that part. You have to, the fear is part of it. I think anything you do in life is a little scary.
In her career, she's also had to dust herself off and keep going. Right now, she's thinking about writing a book and says she's gotten offers to provide legal commentary. Should Judge Judy be worried here?
I don't think Judge Judy has to be worried about anyone ever.
There are a lot of victims' families that watched your actions day after day in the courtroom, and they were in support of you. What is your reaction to that?
Humbled. When I heard from them originally after the trial and got to embrace them and actually touch them for the first time and hear them describe how grateful they were for what I did. And I mean, if you think about it, what did I do? These people sat in that trial every day and listened to horrific testimony, watched what I view as very unprofessional behavior coming from one side of the courtroom. And they maintained a level of, it's hard to describe. It was like grace and patience, and they were beautiful people who were able to put the needs of their children. In other words, my children need me to sit. I'm doing this for my child. I'm going to sit in here, as painful as it might be, and I'm going to listen to this testimony because I want to be there for my child. So to know that with what they went through, that I in some way helped give them some type of peace, made the whole thing worthwhile.
Is that what they said? What did they tell you?
Judge Scheer, thank you so much. You were so kind and so professional, and I mean, they wrote letters afterwards.
Sounds like it's a lifelong bond.
You know what? I feel they're my guardian angels.
Take me back to the trial, because I know you got to see some of the things that we as viewers were shielded from, and you actually got to go into the building.
Yeah.
What was that like?
So the most striking thing that I remember is it was like time stood still. There were old newspapers and magazines from February 14th, 2018. They had things written on the boards, and seeing some of the kids' belongings on the floor, and knowing who was where and what happened.
Yeah, I'm still here.
It really resonates, the impact and the gravity and the tremendous loss. Just
That is sad that happened.
resonates when you go through that experience and walk through that building.
And to see the pictures.
The pictures were so those bullets and that and the high-powered assault rifle that was used, they are meant to tumble, and so they tumble in your body, and it's like a shredder that goes through. I mean, some of these kids had nothing left of them. Looking at those pictures wasn't the hardest part. It was looking at them and thinking that the parents may choose one day to look at these photos, because when the trial is over, I believe the prosecution gives them the opportunity to look at the evidence, and that's hard.
What do you want to see happen to the building where this massacre occurred?
I know there's a lot of back and forth on that, but interestingly enough, I really didn't have an opinion one way or the other, because I always felt that should be the family's decision, law enforcement's decision. If they feel they need it, then they need it. So interestingly enough, the family recently told me that they want it kept up, the families, because what they're doing is they're taking politicians, senators, representatives from Congress and from the Florida legislature, and they are having those individuals actually walk through the building, and because they believe that it's much more impactful, has a stronger impact to have these people who are making decisions, passing laws, to actually walk through it, walk in my shoes, walk in my child's shoes.
Well,
thank you for joining us. You can watch all of my interview with retired Circuit Judge Elizabeth Scherer on CBSMiami.com. I'm Betty Nguyen, CBS News, Miami.
That was crazy. Oh, look, this is gonna be the forecast. for the next couple of days in New York City.
Absolutely not. I heard people say, at least in the Kansas City game, they stood on cardboard to like insulate. These are things that we don't think about when we're from Miami.
We have the opposite problem at our neck of the woods. But it's interesting because, we're on TV 33, and this is why the game is going on. But they don't postpone when temperatures are like, 40 below, but they do obviously when we have that kind of snowfall there. We would not have been able to even see the field there. That would have been something. 80 degrees. How about it? That's what we did today. In fact, we hit 81 was the high temperature, but the dew points are in the 70s. The humidity is up. It feels like 84 degrees. The humidity, it's going to some moisture that may weather across portions of arrival tomorrow. It'll take all day to get there. I mean, the thing is still over Alabama, creating all sorts of weather there. But out ahead of it, we'll have that pocket of warm and humid conditions, mostly dry early.
Yeah, that's the guy that killed it. And this is what we were. This earlier. This is the interview room. I don't think I could see this, right? Because I don't want to get copyrighted, so. But look, there's a. See if they were a family cult. That's funny. Do you think they were a family cult? Well, look.
Why won't this woman go away? Tot mom Casey Anthony. Her parents have been through hell,
Lie detector,
all because of her. And in the most recent incarnation of their living hell, George and Cindy Anthony take polygraphs.
And they failed.
Polygraphs.
I bet you. I wouldn't be surprised.
So if you had any doubt about what they testified to at trial, this should define for you the truth. Were they telling the truth or not?
We'll find
so
out.
So their hell is still ongoing. They did this voluntarily. They were not court ordered to. Yes. They did it as part of a pretty incredible A&E special called Casey Anthony's parents, the lie detector test.
I watched after that.
But can you imagine this much after? I mean,
I want to subscribe to Casey Anthony.
I really don't like talking about my fiance's murder, and I hate it when other people bring it up without me being prepared for it. Can you imagine the excruciating pain they went through taking this polygraph all about Kelly's murder? And remember, little Kelly was like a daughter to them because their real daughter, top mom Casey Anthony, had relinquished all responsibility of taking care of her own child. They are the ones that fed her. They are the ones
she gave
that
up the rights and
paid for all of her expenses, bought her clothes, made her meals, took care of her. Not her mother, not tot mom Casey Anthony, it was George and Cindy. Can you imagine what they have been through? Looking for Kelly, hoping against hope that she was still alive somehow, somewhere, some way. And then finding out not only is this beautiful little girl dead, she's been murdered, and she has been in a trash bag in a swamp not far from their home. They would drive by her body every day. How do they still drive by that spot? But they do. I've been there, and you have to drive by it when you leave their neighborhood. And now this. And don't you know, tot mom Casey Anthony is sucking like a tick every ounce of press and media that she can
Her name is
gain
Nancy.
from this.
Nancy Grace, I love her so much.
I'm Nancy Grace. This
Nancy
is
Grace
Crime
is the
Stories.
best.
Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111.
I love
In
Nancy
case
Grace.
you've been living under a rock in a cave on the other side of the country,
Some people to join my
you must
church.
have heard this before. Listen.
What's your emergency? I called a little bit ago. The deputy sheriff saying I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. Her mother finally admitted that she's been missing. Okay, what is here now? Okay, what is the address that you're calling from? 4937 Hope Spring Drive. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. 4937 what? Hope Spring. HOPESPRING Drive, Orlando. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? But the babysitter took her a month ago that my daughter's been looking for. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. She just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself.
You know what? To Alexis Tereszchuk, crimeonline.com investigative reporter. Alexis, when little Kelly first went missing, you and I covered this story together. I immediately went to Florida and began my own investigation and pretty quickly determined that George and Cindy Anthony had nothing to do with the disappearance of Kelly. I knew it in my heart, in my mind, and my soul at the beginning. Do you remember us discussing that off camera?
The first time we ever spoke about it, you told me that you believed George and Cindy Anthony. You believed that they had nothing to do with it. You thought that they were completely innocent, and you 100% blamed Casey and only Casey. You said her parents had nothing to do with it, and I was not sold on that. I did not 100% believe it, but you never wavered in that.
You know, just then when I was hearing Cindy Anthony on that 911 call, she sounds like she's hyperventilating. And just in that moment, it got me so upset. I could feel my hands shaking. I was just trying to drink a cup of hot tea. And I remember John W. Deal with me, high-profile lawyer out of this jurisdiction, Florida, author of The Method, Proven Techniques for Winning Jury Trials. John, thank you for being with us. I remember the first time my hand shook in front of a jury. And for anyone that can see, this is what happened. I had my questions, as I always did, in my hand for the witness, and I rolled them up and I pointed at something, and I looked at the end of the paper and the paper was shaking. I immediately put it down. I never did that again. So even now, John Deal, when you hear Cindy, can't you tell she's telling the truth? I don't need A&E to do a lie detector test to tell me she's telling the truth. But I have A&E with me, so I'd like to reiterate, it was an awesome special. So John Deal, don't you get a feeling?
Absolutely.
Or you believe somebody or you don't believe them and you don't know why?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, with Cindy, you hear it there. Honestly, with George, when we took his depo that day, I spoke to him just briefly, and you could tell he was wrecked not by guilt, but by grief. And it's just a feeling you get. So I've always had that feeling that he had nothing to do with this at all.
Well, I want to just tell you
Nancy, I remember the first time I met them in the green room at CNN.
Hold on. You're hearing Dr. Bethany Marshall. She is a renowned psychoanalyst joining us out of Beverly Hills. Jump in, Dr. Bethany. What were you saying?
Well, I remember meeting George and Cynthia Anthony in the green room at CNN, and it was a particularly difficult period for them because they were really being skewered in the press and on all the shows. They had come to appear on the Larry King show, and I was a little afraid to walk into the green room where they were because they were under assault, and I was worried about what I had even said about them on various shows. And they were lovely, gracious, kind, impact-centered people, the kind of people you want to have dinner with and share time with. Even while they were going through such a difficult time, they asked me about myself, and I'll never forget that.
You know what's interesting? I'm going to share a story. Well, it's not a story. It's true. I spent a lot of time in Florida investigating this case, and I spent a lot of time off camera interviewing the bail bondsmen that first dealt with Top Mom Casey Anthony. And I remember she was arrested on a minor charge to start with, like neglect of a child or something along, failure to report a child missing. And she bonded out. And there were a lot of restrictions on her bond, and she had a bail bondsman with her. She got home to the house. This is while Kelly was, quote, still missing, air quotey, air quotey. She walked in the house, and the bail bondsman told me, two of them, a female bail bondsman and a male bail bondsman that heard this. The first thing she said, she walked in, she didn't say, hey, have you set up a headquarters to find Kelly? What do you know about Kelly? What's being done to find Kelly? This is what I think happened. The first thing she said was, hey, what's for supper, Mom? Are you kidding me? No. Two witnesses told me that. And this is what I was leading up to. Later on, when George would try to ask questions about Kelly, Cindy would go, stop, don't push her, don't push her. She's upset. Finally, George Anthony rushed Tot Mom Casey Anthony in the home, grabbed her by the throat, pushed her up against the wall, and was saying, where is Kelly? Where is Kelly? Where is Kelly? That is not the behavior of a man who had anything to do with the death of Kelly. But wait. You, Judge, we're about to go into the lie detector test performed by George Olivo, who is with us. And we're going to hear from Tony Harris, the award-winning journalist who hosted this program.
Can we have a real conversation about this? I have loved your reporting on this and the way that you have sort of put that stake in the ground on behalf of George and Cindy. But let's be honest about it. You know, there were a number of people in this country that to this day, and the results of this polygraph exam won't change any minds. I almost guarantee you 100% on that. But the reality is there were reasons suggested why you should not have faith in George. And that was planted by who? And you guys the attorneys on this panel have got to talk to me about this. It was planted by Jose Baez. The doubt that was raised about George Anthony was planted by Jose Baez. But there were reasons to have questions about Cindy too. Cindy Anthony loved her, spent 4 days with her. It was in some ways traumatizing for me, but Cindy Anthony is pure 100% pit bull. And she dug in to find the information. You know this, Nancy. She dug in to find this information with one hand extended to everyone on the outside world that was trying to breach that wall that she had put up. She was going to do her own investigation. She was going to find out what happened to her granddaughter, come hell or high water. She extended the other arm and said, stay away. And that's why she was challenging the press and the people who were on her lawn. She wanted to find this out for herself. And she is an absolute pit bull, and you can see it in our interview. I spent 4 days with her. I think her determination, her single-mindedness, her focus on this is why we are where we are. And if Casey had not made these allegations against George, the one thing she knew that would trigger her mother, we would not have been in her home for 4 days recording a special. And there you go.
You are hearing Tony Harris, award-winning journalist and the host of the A&E special, Casey Anthony's Parents, the Lie Detector Test. And, oh, by the way, if you missed it the other night, it's streaming on the A&E app right now. It's also on aetv.com. Now, first of all, Tony Harris, and you can cut his mic right now, said, let's have a real discussion. I resent that because every discussion I have is real. And there is not a single person on this panel that I would ever accuse of subterfuge. They're all straight shooters, everybody. Well, there is Joe Scott Morgan, but we'll hear from him in just a moment. Long story short, this is a real discussion. But you're absolutely right. Regardless of my initial thoughts, which I still maintain are correct regarding George and Cindy, a lot of people actually think George Anthony molested Tot Mom Casey Anthony and that he's the one that disposed of Kelly's body. You're right. There are a lot of people that really believe that. And you cannot tell me somebody on the jury doesn't believe it after Baez threw it out there that George Anthony had molested Tot Mom. No, I don't believe that. But why else would they have acquitted Tot Mom Casey Anthony? Which it's like a bone in my throat when I have to say that. But that said, let's hear them. Take a listen to more of Cindy in that 911 call. Do you believe her? Because I do.
There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car.
Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name?
Kaylee, Caylee Anthony.
Haley Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, is she white, black, or Hispanic?
She's white.
How long has she been missing for?
I have not seen her since the 7th of June.
What is her date of birth?
2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. George Kaylee missing. Kaylee's missing. Casey said Danny took her a month ago. She's been missing for a month.
Okay, I understand. Can you calm down for me for just a minute? And I need to know what's going on, okay? I'm going to try and talk.
Joe Scott Morgan, I love
It's so
ribbing
sad.
him when his microphone is cut, of course, is an incredible professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. He's host of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. And he is not only a colleague, but he and his wife, Kim, are friends of mine. Joe Scott, you know, I'm about to go to the polygraph expert, Georgia Levo. But Joe Scott, you and I have been on so many crime scenes. We've interviewed so many witnesses, so many defendants. Do you get a gut sense at the get-go when you believe or disbelieve somebody? And I think it's born of millions of years of evolution. There's so much I can't explain. Do you ever do that, Joe Scott? After all the people you've interviewed, you get an immediate sense of who's telling the truth.
Oh, most definitely. And still to this day, you know, even though I'm no longer in the field working as an investigator, you know, people I come in contact with day to day, it is something that's quite primal, isn't it? We do get those feelings within our gut. And, you know, look, I'm a science guy, you know that, Nancy, so I'm not real big on gut feelings. However, there is a sense when you inhabit a space with an individual and you're chatting with them that you can pick up on these little nuances in their conversation, body movements, those sorts of things. And the consistency or lack thereof of a narrative that they're trying to put forward. And so in this case, I think you see this over and over, that image that you painted just a moment ago about this grandpa wrapping his hand around her throat and pushing her to the wall. I'm a grandpa too. I'd want to know where those grandbabies are, you know, and I don't know, you know, whether you're prone to violence, you don't support violence, or whatever the case might be. When you're talking about a child, and you're trying to elicit that information as a fellow family member, I don't know. Sometimes actions do speak truth.
All that said, I think your answer was yes. Did you? Okay, yeah. Jackie agrees that all that meant yes. He does
You can
come
go
up
cut
with
the
an
mic
immediate
now if
reaction.
you wish.
Guys, I'm going to cut through, but we heard Cindy Anthony. And I also don't know if I like Tony Harris's depiction of her as what did he say, a pit bull? I don't know that I would compare her to any type of a dog, because I found her to be lovely and loving and articulate. And I think the country met her and George in the worst moments of their lives. Remember when they would come out and scream at the reporters to get the hay off their lawn? Well, I think I would too. Their baby was missing. They had to suspect that Tot Mom killed her or got rid of her. It was the worst time of their life.
Yes. Yeah. I'm totally willing to defend that description. She knew me from my History Channel show, and so we hit it off immediately. but there is a switch in Cindy that flips when you dig into the details of this story.
I guess so.
When she is reading
the worst thing that ever happened to her, and you want to talk about it?
It's called being a grandmother. It's called being a grandmother.
Absolutely.
So, guys, we're going to actually play George Olivo polygraphing them. George is with us right now. Tony Harris created the Casey Anthony Parents the Lie Detector Test program, which was amazing, by the way. Now, but I want you to hear the stark contrast, the dichotomy between that day when Cindy Anthony calls 911. Now she drags Top Mom Casey Anthony. You know what? I wouldn't be on the phone calling 911. I would be at the police station 3 inches up their tailpipe to find my baby. But I want you to hear in our cut 129, Jackie, I want you to hear Top Mom Casey Anthony. Listen.
Okay, so there's been a vehicle stolen too?
No, this was my vehicle.
What vehicle was stolen?
It's a 98 Pontiac Sunfire.
Okay, I have deputies on the way to you right now for that. So now your 3-year-old, okay, your 3-year-old daughter is missing. Kaylee Anthony.
Yes.
White female.
Anthony. Yes, white female.
3 years old, 8/9/2005 is her date of birth?
Yes.
And you last saw her a month ago?
31 days. From 31 days.
Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Who is that? Babysitter?
She's been my nanny for about 1.5 years, almost 2 years.
Yeah, why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago?
I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid.
Okay. Can you give me the name of the nanny again? Like spell it out for me?
Zenaida, Zenaida.
Last name?
Fernandez. Hyphen Gonzalez. I think the officers are here.
The officers are there?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Don't hang up with me yet. I need you. Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, John Deal, personal injury lawyer joining us out of this jurisdiction. All of that was a lie. And did you hear how calm Tot Mom is? She's so calm. She's more worried about her Pontiac Sunbird or Firebird or whatever her car is. 98 Pontiac Sunfire. Then she seemed more concerned about that than about her daughter. Everything she just said about Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez is a lie. There was no such person in her life. She had never had a babysitter ever. That was a lie that she had kept up in front of her parents for 2 years. So what was her explanation at trial as to why she made up the lie?
Well, she never explained that. I mean, obviously she just basically abandoned that. You know, in the depositions, she never explained what it was. But unfortunately, the thing about Casey, she would lie with such detail thrown in, like that example, Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez, whose name she apparently got from a ledger in an apartment complex where she was visiting.
Yeah, Sawgrass.
And that detail would throw the investigators down another rabbit hole. And it's quite possible and probable that she'd been telling those same detailed lies to her mom for years, and her mom, being a mom, wanted to believe her. So that was part of the reason why it's obvious to us, hey, clearly she's the one who took Kaylee, but at the time, obviously the investigators and her parents were trying to give her the benefit of the doubt to find out what's really happened.
And I remember when they would visit her at the jail, she would curse them out and scream at them whenever they would ask about where's Kelly. You know, let's get right to it. George Olivo is a former FBI special agent who gave the polygraph test for this A&E special, Casey Anthony's parents, the lie detector test. And again, it was incredible. And I'm going to watch it again because I like to pick up on nuances of how people behave. And I want to support my initial theory that George and Cindy Anthony were telling the truth, that they were not involved in any way. Although I do believe Cindy lied on the stand for her daughter, Tot Mom, Casey Anthony, when she said she did the computer searches for chloroform and she meant to put chlorophyll. Cindy is way too smart to misspell chloroform. She was willing to take the fall for her daughter. That's the kind of mother she is. There's no doubt in my mind she was telling the truth about Kelly. And I want you to hear now George Olivo, who is with us now, senior polygraph examiner, and he is polygraphing George Anthony. Listen to our cut 117.
Did you knowingly conceal Kaylee's whereabouts?
Alexis Tereszcuk is joining me, crimeonline.com investigative reporter. You and I have seen those woods over and over and over. It's kind of a cross between swampy water and it looks like wood. It looks like woods, but when you walk down into it, it's just swamp. It's like marshy. And people have thrown out old tires and trash, and that's where Tot Mom threw her daughter. Could you describe the area, Alexis Tereszcuk?
Yes, but I also want to say with George, that he didn't know where she was. Casey's car stunk like death. Do you remember that's exactly what Cindy said? Cindy said. It smelled like someone died in here.
Yes.
Little Kaylee was not tossed, like killed in the house and tossed in the woods all in 1 second. Casey was driving around with her dead daughter's body in the car for so long that the rot of the body permeated the entire trunk of the car. So she was not there right away. This is like a Florida swamp is really the best way to do it. It's kind of, it has trees. It's not like a forest like you would imagine up in the mountains, but it has, you would think, you could walk through it, but it's kind of a marshy bottom with the water kind of hidden under leaves, and anything could be back there. It could be trash. Florida, there could be alligators. It's just sort of a abandoned area, but near their house, right near their house.
Joe Scott Morgan joining us, host of Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, how long would Kaylee's body have been in that car before the decomposition of the little girl's body began to smell so horribly?
Just a couple of days. It doesn't take too much. Remember, the body was, according to what Dr. G had said, and from what we saw at the scene, or what was revealed that they found at the scene, she was kind of cocooned in a blanket as well as a plastic bag. And not to mention, let's just talk about the car, which I know is the target here, riding around in the Florida heat. Heat speeds up the process of decomposition. Within 2 days, you would be able to smell a foul odor, particularly in that environment. So it prompts it. It accelerates the process very quickly. So just in that short period of time, and the fact that she could have been that numb to it, that she would just have ridden around with this child's body in the back of this car is kind of striking to me.
George Olivo joining me, former FBI special agent who administered the polygraph test for the A&E special Casey Anthony's parents, the lie detector test. George Olivo, it's a real honor to speak with you, an FBI special agent who is a senior polygrapher. Tell me how the whole thing went down, because I know George nearly broke down in the middle of the polygraph.
Yeah, he was very nervous, and that was to be expected. Just about everybody who comes in for a polygraph exam is pretty nervous initially. Most people struggle with that initially. They get in their own way and they overthink things. And much has been made about George struggling with the idea of Kaylee's whereabouts. We had to clarify that. We had to work on that with him. He was trying to reconcile what he knew then versus what he knows now. The classic example of getting in your own way, something that most people do. And George is no different than anybody else. But eventually he did pull it together. He was able to focus and answer yes or no to all the questions.
I want to hear more of George taking his polygraph. And remember, this is part of an incredible A&E special. Here is more of expert polygrapher George Olivo polygraphing Tot Mom Casey Anthony's father, George. Listen.
Okay, you're going to have to compartmentalize right now. Okay. As you sit here right now, did you conceal her whereabouts?
Did I conceal her whereabouts? I did not know where she was at.
Okay, so why are you struggling with that?
What do you make of that, George Olivo? Why was he struggling?
Well, again, I think he was trying to reconcile what he knew then versus what he knows now. It's a classic example, again, of getting in your own way. And most people do struggle initially to get out of their own way. We tend to overthink things, and George was no different. But eventually he did pull it together, and he was able to focus and answer yes or no to the questions.
Tony Harris is joining us, the host of this A&E special. Tony, do you think he was struggling because he's being forced to remember his granddaughter was murdered, rotted in the back of his daughter's car in a trash bag, and then was thrown out in a swamp? Do you think that may have gotten him upset? I'm upset just saying it.
It's all of that. Yeah, I mean, look, we've discussed it. I mean, this is, and you just said it just a couple of moments ago, this was them reliving the worst moments of their lives together, as a family, as individuals, as a couple, right? And so now George, who was, I just think, magnificent. I can't speak highly enough of the job he did. And now George is penning down on the critical questions, right? I'm asking them in my interview. You know, you can lie to a journalist. We know that that's almost a sport these days. But to sit down with George, with all of his experience, and be asked to answer the most pointed questions, you know, about this case, is obviously dredging up all kinds of memories for him. And they're all painful. That he was able to pull it together at all with wires all over him and picking up all of his physiology. You know, I first of all, I just think George did an amazing job. And for George Anthony to come through that and to produce the result that he produced, and for George Olivo to then say, okay, let me double check this. Let me triple check this, because it's that important. I just think it was just a remarkable examination and a remarkable exercise, and credit to George Anthony for being willing to do the thing that we know Casey wouldn't do.
To Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, psychoanalyst in Beverly Hills. Dr. Bethany, you've seen so many cases, but it just strikes me how Tot Mom, even now, is willing to let her father and mother who loved her so much, and I think still do, suffer this way and actually blame them somehow. You know, she watched this.
You know, Nancy, of course she did. And Nancy, you know, she has the same disregard for her father, who she accused of molesting her, her brother, whom she accused of molesting her, her mother, who she threw under the bus. The same disregard for them as she had for her own daughter. And the idea that George hesitated when asked where little Kaylee was, if he knew where she was, I understand that completely from a psychological perspective. He felt responsible for what happened to Kaylee. When you have a daughter who's that disturbed, who kills your granddaughter, I know she was acquitted, but in his mind, his daughter killed his granddaughter, secreted her in a swamp behind the house, and he's raised this daughter and seen every bizarre, disturbed behavior that he cannot control, he cannot remediate, he cannot change. And he's asked if he knew where his granddaughter was. Of course he's going to feel responsible. This is his daughter who did that to the granddaughter. So I think in his mind, it wasn't so much like where she was, but that he should have known where she was.
Let's take a listen to more of George Olivo examining Tot Mom Casey Anthony's father, George Anthony. Listen. You know, when you have to ask, I can't even imagine doing this to my father, making these horrible claims about him as a way to save my own skin. Very, very disturbing. George Olivo, you say that George and Cindy Anthony passed their lie detector test. Isn't it true you do 3 different independent evaluations?
Yes, I did for this exam. Usually it's 2. You get a secondary what we call a quality assurance, someone to review your work independently without meeting the people, without being there in the room. They just look at the data and they either concur or, you know, there's a discussion. But I did three different independent validations for this test.
And the 3 independent evaluations were what?
Well, of course, my own. I did my own evaluation where we put numbers on the diagnostic features. We're not throwing horseshoes here. We're actually using objective scoring scale. So I did my own evaluation. I determined that they did pass their exams. There's no deception indicated. And then the computer itself, the polygraph program, has an algorithm that evaluates charts and it comes up with its own decision, just completely automated. It's software.
Guys,
it said that they passed the exam. And then another individual that looked at everything, and he also concurred.
Guys, you decide for yourself. Listen to George. So what does that mean, Tony Harris? Did he have an affair with somebody when they were separated? Is that what they're getting at?
Yeah, you know this case inside and out, and there were a couple of points in their relationship where it was pretty rocky, and they weren't living together, and there were issues in the marriage with financial issues and relationship issues and faithfulness issues, and then we get to the trial, and there's this whole thing about George having an affair and that whole discussion. So yeah, so when Cindy hears that question and she's answering it for George, it's a pretty stunning television.
So wait
moment.
a minute. So they're in there together, and she jumps in.
Well, we're watching it in another room.
Yeah, yeah.
Cindy and I are watching George's exam in another room, and she can hear everything. So when George Olivo asks this question, Cindy has a view of the answer, let's say.
Yeah.
And so she offers it up.
And as it turns out, that was exactly what happened. And George was telling the truth because they were separated at that time, to my understanding. We've been talking a lot about George Anthony, but what about Cindy Anthony? Take a listen to renowned polygrapher George Olivo questioning Cindy Anthony. Morgan joining us, death investigator. What is a panic attack?
The individual starts to uptake less oxygen. Okay, so they're shallow breathing at that point in time. And for an individual that experiences this, one of the kind of consequences of this is that they think many times that they're actually having a heart attack. They'll have palpitations in their heart, rapid heartbeat, rapid pulse, and they'll become lightheaded. And again, that goes back to the lack of oxygenation. It's hard to remain focused, particularly in an instance like this, because you can imagine this is rather high pressure. And then you couple all of that with all of the family nuances that are involved in this, and it can be trouble.
To Tony Harris, the journalist who hosted this A&E special, what happened when Cindy had a panic attack?
She took the question that was being asked, and she was responding to a particularly stunning allegation in Casey's special. And she just, as was described a moment ago, the breathing became shallow. She was clutching at her chest a bit. And she just said, look, I just need to take a moment here because I need to take my anxiety medicine. And that's the part maybe you heard in it, but she said, I need to take my anxiety medicine. She goes into the bedroom. George follows her. But there were a couple of moments of that. There were at least 3 moments when the weight of everything that was going on was clearly impacting her. She got really upset when she didn't think that George answered a question that I posed, that he didn't answer it properly or correctly or in as strong a fashion as he should have. And she kind of lost it on George at that moment. There was a moment in the taping of this where I just said, look, we just need a bit of a break, and George, I need to take you aside, because there was a pressure to this whole interview. We were together for 4 days, and there was pressure building.
Of course, they have been pilloried by millions of people as liars, as killers, as child molesters, ever since Kelly went missing. And this is their chance to take a polygraph on video and prove that they're telling the truth. I mean, Alexis Tereszchuk joining me from Crime Stories as a investigative reporter. Alexis, you and I were there. I think we were up in the balcony watching the trial. Cindy would turn as white as a sheet up on the stand. I thought she was going to pass out when she was testifying at trial.
Because she was lying. She lied for Casey. She, even though her granddaughter had been murdered by her daughter, and she knew it, she knew this in her heart. She knew she didn't do it. She knew George didn't do it. She knew George didn't sexually abuse Casey, wasn't the father of little Kaylee. She still got on the stand and lied about her internet searches, trying to take the blame for the things when Casey was the one that was trying to figure out through the internet how to kill her daughter.
Let's take a listen to what else Cindy Anthony says regarding what happened to Kelly. Listen.
But I'm sensing some tension after yesterday's polygraph.
Sure are.
And they can change our life. They can change our life. This is serious.
Okay, well, you both ready to hear her allegations?
I want to go on as long as George feels comfortable.
What did you mean by that, Tony? Are you ready to hear her allegations? What did you mean by that?
Oh, so our setup was we were sitting in their home, in their living room, and they had not watched. What they said to me is that they had not watched Casey's documentary. And so they were going to watch her accusations in real time for the first time. They had heard from friends, from press accounts, what Casey was alleging, but they were going to hear this from their daughter for the first time. And when they heard this, needless to say, it was pretty horrendous for them. Both George and Cindy had physical reactions to what they were hearing, and then
Wait, what do you mean by that? They had physical reactions to hearing their daughter lie about them.
Oh, well, these are the moments leading up to a couple of breaks. I mean, real sort of emotional breaks for Cindy, where she jumps up off the couch, right? And there are stares and side eyes and everything else that seem to speak volumes in those moments. There's an accusation, and George is trying to respond to it, and Cindy's reacting to his response. So there was a lot of body language. The thing I love about George's exam is that it is gathering all of the physiology. It is fingers moving, it is eyes batting, it is feet tapping. It is picking up all of that. And as I'm watching the exam, I'm saying, wow, this is the same stuff I was seeing as I was sitting across from them as they were responding to all of this.
Hey,
all
Tony?
of this nonverbal information.
I was recently asked to take part in a special TV program about Tot Mom Casey Anthony. And I asked about exactly what they wanted me to do. I could not ask my own questions. I could not control the editing. It was not A&E, by the way. They could cut out her responses. If they didn't like it, they could cut my questions. Bottom line, it wouldn't be true. What was going to be presented, I don't think, was going to be the full truth. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I couldn't guarantee that. So I would have nothing to do with it at all. Let me ask you this, Tony Harris. In any way, have these lie detector tests on George and Cindy Anthony been manipulated in any way for the viewer?
I will tell you what I know to be true from the bottom of my heart. I sat there in the room adjacent to where the exams were going on. There was no manipulation. There was these questions. They were very specific about the questions. George had 2 exams. Cindy had 1 exam. The questions were very specific, very pointed. And in our review of it for the broadcast, George Olivo says, here are the questions. Not only does he repeat the question in front of George and Cindy and me before he gives the results, we cut to him asking those very same questions in the actual exam. Okay? Now, that's the kind of transparency we brought to this. I have no idea what kind of transparency, what took place in Casey's version of the story, but I can vouch for what we did.
I don't either, Tony. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yep,
you know, I didn't spend my whole life fighting for victims' rights and trying cases and taking the attacks of other people. To lose all of that work, to have it smeared by taking part in a, quote, special where the program is manipulated to show only what some producer wants you to see. John W. Deal joining me, high-profile lawyer out of Winter Park, Florida, this jurisdiction. You can find him at johnwdeal.com. You know, Top Mom never took a lie detector. That was made public, by the anyway. Never offered to take a lie detector. Never. Gee, I wonder why. You got George and Cindy stepping up and hitting a home run. But Top Mom Casey Anthony would never dare. She wouldn't get close to a lie detector.
No, she would never get close to cross-examination either. Obviously, never sat for her deposition, took the Fifth Amendment, even though she'd already been acquitted. So, you know, a lot of people would like to ask her some questions, and especially now that if you think about it, Kaylee would be 18, almost 19, about the same age that Casey was when she had her. So that just shows you that it's a whole lifetime essentially now of little Kaylee. All of this going on, and the damage just continues and continues from Casey Anthony.
And remember when we found out that O.J. Simpson took a lie detector? Hey, Sydney, can you look up his test score? I think it was like a -42. And of course, they would never present that in front of a jury. And typically, lie detectors are not allowed in a criminal case unless both parties stipulate to the admission of the lie detector before the test is taken. But that jury never knew Simpson had totally flunked. I mean, worse than a zero. It was like a negative. What? Just tell me, Sydney. -24. -24. Not just a zero, but a -24. That's how badly he flunked it. So, I mean, has anybody on this panel ever heard that Top Mom Casey Anthony even took a polygraph, much less passed a polygraph?
No.
No way.
Never.
So to you, George Olivo, did they pass?
Absolutely, they did.
How much did they pass? Did they make a 70, or did they make a 90, or do you just say pass fail?
Well, the numbers don't really mean much unless you understand the scoring scale. And I'm not sure, you just mentioned something about O.J. Simpson. There's different formats in legitimate polygraphs. And I guess for me, the selfish thing I'd want to put out there is for people to know that there's clearly a difference between legitimate polygraph and movie and TV polygraph. You know, you have to understand the difference between a real apple and a plastic apple. Basically is the difference. And so there's different scoring scales and there's different formats for testing.
Okay, stop. You're making my head spin. Did they pass it or not?
Absolutely, they did pass
Both of them.
it. They did
Both of them passed it. Would you go so far to say they passed it with flying colors?
Yes. Not that I would want to put, a value on, truth or not truth in terms of a little bit of truth or a lot of truth. They passed.
Are you sure you're not also a lawyer? Because that was a yes/no question. Did they pass with flying colors? Yes, no.
Well, yes.
Okay,
yes,
then yes, they did. They passed with flying colors. And Top Mom won't even get in the same room with a polygrapher.
Well,
and again, this is no offense. This is no offense to you, Tony Harris, because I really not only enjoyed seeing Cindy and George again, but I'm glad they took the test. I'm glad they took the test because so many people have doubted them. Of course, those people are still probably going to be naysayers, even though they have a legitimate polygraph test that George and Cindy passed. But I'm telling you, day one, they were the ones that were looking for Kelly. They're the ones that called 911. They are the ones that took the stand. They are the ones that took care of the baby. They did not hurt Kelly. But I'm really proud to talk to you, Tony Harris, and to you, George Olivo, because you have given scientific proof to what.
Here now is Matt Austin and Ginger Gadsden with Florida's Fourth Estate. Sponsored by Light Orlando, delivering hope together.
He oversaw one of Florida's most infamous cases.
This is the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony.
The nation watched as Casey Anthony was accused of killing her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee.
it's an important thing to boycott Casey.
Then, as a jury decided her fate,
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
and as she walked out of the Orange County Jail, a free woman. Today, we're speaking with former Judge Belvin Perry about what it was like to preside over the case and some of the behind-the-scenes things you've never heard before.
We are so happy to have Judge Belvin Perry in the house with us in living color. Thank you so much for being with us for Florida's Fourth Estate. You know, you're one of the few judges where people, they know when they say your name
instantly.
Anywhere you go. I can't think of a handful of judges I can name or talk to other people about. So we're glad that you are stopping by Florida's Fourth Estate to chat with us today, because there's a lot to talk about.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. I mean, I came to know you through just from watching you on the Casey Anthony trial. You've been involved in some major trials, not just that one. You were involved in putting away the Black Widow, one of the most infamous serial killers, specifically female serial killers, who was eventually put to death in Florida for the first time since 1848 or something like that. A female was put to death. So you have some amazing stories to tell, and that's why we wanted to bring you in here. I remember specifically one statement you always made at the beginning of the trial in Casey Anthony, and I was sitting there covering it as an anchor, and I would always say it with you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you heed my previous admonitions? So I have to ask first, where did you get that from? Is that your own thing, or did you get that from another judge?
That's basically from me.
That's what you wanted.
Somebody even made a coffee mug.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was something unique to you.
Yes.
You know, so when did you realize that when you got the Casey Anthony case, that it was a game changer? Because it was.
You know, I had been following the case all along with Judge Strickland, who was the assigned judge of the case. And I was doing some things in the background to arrange for a change of venue and looking at possible alternatives. So I really learned that he may recuse himself, at least grant the motion, when I was in Tallahassee attending the Florida legislative session. And I received the call from Judge Reginald Whitehead, who was the administrative judge in criminal, and said, Belvin, the defense has filed a motion to have Stan recused. And I said, okay, I'm on my way back to the hotel. Could you email it to me and I'll read it and we can discuss it? So I got back to my hotel, turned my computer on, read the motion. And I looked at it and I said, do you know what Stan is going to do? He said, no, I don't know what he's going to do. And I looked at it and I said, well, based upon the four corners of the motion, I think he has no choice but to grant it, but we'll see what he does. And I said, well, if he grants the motion, who is going to be the lucky person that you're going to assign this case to?
He said sarcastically.
And because I had no earthly idea it would end up being me. Even though I was the chief judge, I always let the administrative judge take care of the reassignments in their division. He said, well, we need someone that has the time to do it, someone that can ride herd on these lawyers, and someone who won't let the media glare get in their vision. I said, well, who is that?
You checked all three boxes.
He's describing you.
And he said, you. I said, what? You? He said, well, you're my boss. And if you tell me not to, I will. I said, Reggie, you do what you need to do.
And so it begins.
Yeah, the rest is history.
And at what point in that case, I mean, I'm sure you knew going into it, it was going to be crazy. But when you accept it, at what point were you like, what did I get myself into here?
It was about maybe 60 days in, I began to realize how much work it would involve, because there was a lot of moving parts to it. Of course, the legal part of it, but the logistics of dealing with a case that would last between 6 to 8 weeks, the location. How do you keep a jury sequestered for that period of time? And what do you do with them? You know, people forget they are locked up. They can't communicate. So one of the most brilliant things happened was Karen Levy, who was our director of communications at the time, came up with this brilliant idea about why don't we form a media committee and let them set the rules that you must approve, and you can add or subtract. And the media was absolutely wonderful. They basically mapped out a plan as to who would get seats, how would folks get seats. And even when they found out where the jury was staying, they did not publish it. We had no problem with them following jurors. And they learned that they were out at Rosen Shingle Creek, and Harris Rosen was just tremendous when we talked to him.
Great guy.
He gave us excellent deal on the rooms, gave us everything we wanted, even structured the meal prices to fit within the per diem, which is unheard of.
Wow.
They even changed the locks on the doors from the stairwell so that usually you can go down the stairwell and go to another floor. On the floor that they were on, you couldn't access the floor from outside.
That
didn't know
really
any of that.
No, but that's a safety issue too, not just a privacy issue. But these jurors were so high profile, like some person who could have something already in their mind, you know, could want to harm them in some way.
They made off limits at certain times, a certain swimming pool. So if the jurors wanted to swim, they had sole access to the exercise facilities between 5 and 7 a.m. They were magnificent with everything. They even programmed the televisions, which I did not know until they told me, where only the channels that did not show news.
Hold on. Because I'm always, whenever I've heard of jury sequester, I've always thought they're watching the news at night and seeing how the day went and what they couldn't do it.
See what people are saying.
They couldn't do it. And at the end, because we monitored those stations, it got down to about 3 stations: Home Shopping Network, HL, one of those home shows.
Okay.
Because at the end, everybody,
HGTV or something.
Oh yeah, like Home Improvement.
Yeah, they were running most of the stations close to the end started running ticker tape highlights.
Oh my gosh.
Staff would cut out the paper for them because they were all from the Tampa area. We would let them read the Tampa paper. We had to cut the articles out.
Anything out of it.
This sounds like a movie because you see they open the newspaper and there are holes. I mean,
yeah.
And one of the most trickiest things most folks don't know was, we didn't lose a single juror. And one of the things that we did was we let them have visits on the weekends. Most people didn't know that.
From just select family members?
A family member or your significant other. It only could be one.
You got one visitor on the weekends.
And, and most folks were saying, well, are you going to restrict it to the day room where they all got, we had a big suite. I said, you know what? These are adults. We made sure that the person that visited them signed certain agreements where they agreed not to ask and discuss anything about the case. The jurors were instructed they could come starting on Saturday afternoon. They just needed to be out by midnight.
Okay, so I'm hearing conjugal visits. Is what I'm hearing. That's the first thing I
See,
hear.
I was thinking it, and she said it, Judge.
I don't know what these folks.
I
don't know whether they play dominoes, listen to music.
How long
or
did
whatever.
this last? How long did this all go on? And you think they're playing dominoes? Okay.
I don't know what they did, and I don't care to know what they did. All I know was I wanted jurors not to feel like they were prisoners.
Sure.
We tried to make it as less painful as possible.
Seems like as much as you could. Now, it's, as much as these people's lives were upended, I would imagine there had to be some changes for you. People, as the judge, I would imagine there were probably some threats because everybody's watching every day and very invested in this. And
like, you're not a man who can hide in public or anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, if I see you out
Very
in the real
recognizable.
world, we're going to know who you are.
Well, I'll give you a couple of examples. One day we got out of court, and for whatever reason, I went by Ross on Michigan. And I went in there and I was looking for a pictures frame. So when I got home, my daughter called me. She said, Daddy, somebody recorded you in Ross.
Oh my gosh.
And they posted it on Facebook.
He's just like us. He goes to Ross.
And I will never forget, there was one Sunday, a group of us had gone to church at Macedonia, and a very close friend of ours was having a reviewing. So we went to the Italian restaurant in Millennium Mall, Rio's.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about maybe 8 or 10 of us. And I was sitting there at the menu, and then something says, look up. I looked up. Everybody in there had a cell phone out.
Jeez.
Wow. Just recording me.
Doing what you would normally do. You're trying
Guy's
to
not
have
allowed
dinner.
to eat.
I was trying to figure out what I was going to eat. So,
Yeah.
so basically, I had to stop going to the grocery store. If I did go eat, I had to go eat at certain places where I could be left alone. And couldn't go anywhere.
And it probably kept up for a while. Like, I would imagine the trial ended, but you were still overrun. Maybe it was even crazier after that.
Well, I give you a perfect example. When the trial was over with, my mother-in-law, before she passed, was very ill. So my grandson and I were driving to Birmingham, Alabama. And so I stopped at a service station in Valdosta to gas up. We went inside the little convenience store. The next thing I know, people were pointing.
Mm.
And then they just finally came up to me, aren't you that Casey Anthony judge? And it was just like that in Birmingham, any place I went, in the airport, on the airplane. It was just that way for a number of years. And it has settled down a great deal, but still every now and then somebody will come up to me.
Stay with us as former Judge Belvin Perry talks about becoming an accidental celebrity, his thoughts on the approach Casey Anthony's attorneys took in the courtroom, and whether or not he keeps in touch with any of the key players. Welcome back to Florida's Fourth Estate. We've been talking about some of the incredible behind-the-scenes moments of the Casey Anthony trial with the judge who was at the center of it all. So does he keep in touch with anyone from the case? What does he think of how Jose Baez approached the jury? And what was it like to be an accidental celebrity?
Before your name became a household name, the only judge I honestly can remember that I knew by name, and most of Americans knew by name, was, you know who I'm going to say, Judge Lancito.
You know.
Yeah, and so you became that guy who couldn't go anywhere. Was it kind of, I mean, you have a family, but was it kind of a lonely existence for a while because you couldn't really do anything that you really, just regular stuff?
Well, it was lonely, but when you look at it, I really didn't have that much time to do anything. I was in the courthouse every morning by 8:15 because the lawyers knew if there were things that they needed to bring up, that they needed to let the court deputy know by 8:20. Everyone would assemble by 8:30. And they had 25 minutes to bring up whatever they wanted to bring up because we were going to start at 9 a.m. sharp. So when I would leave, I still had my day job to do.
I'm sorry, what?
I still had my day job to do.
That wasn't your only thing?
No.
You still were the boss of the judges of the Ninth District.
I still had my day job to do. And then by the time I got home, maybe 8, I would relax and get a little bite to eat. And then around 9:30, 10 o'clock, I started looking over my notes for the next day.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
wild. So,
it's all consuming.
so as that is put to bed and done now, what do you think it's done for you personally, for your career? I mean, it made you a household name. Are you glad you were involved in it in the end, or are you could have skipped it? You know? What's your feeling on that whole time in your life?
I think it was a great experience for me. I think it opened up.
I'm sorry for pressing that button.
Up to the world how the judicial system works.
Mm-hmm.
You got a chance to see firsthand. Most people didn't agree with the outcome of the case, but at least they saw what happened. And I think it is very important that courts that are open to the public gets a chance to see it firsthand. Now, does publicity make it difficult to get jurors? Yes. But there's a trade-off because you don't want to ever have a star chamber type proceeding, because if people don't see what happens in a court proceeding and can fix their own opinions and not rely upon pundits to give opinions, that makes the system, in my opinion, strong.
What is the day after the Casey Anthony trial ends for you like? Because I can't, that's the highest high. And so now, next.
Pool? You by the pool?
I had planned to take off 2 weeks, but about 10 days before the Casey Anthony trial ended, one of my judges, who were named nameless, decided that he was going to retire in about 20 days. And I basically said, that doesn't give me any time to find a replacement for the governor to act for the committee. So I had 2 days off after that.
Oh, man.
And then I had to assume a full-fledged criminal division.
Are you still friends with that judge? That is terrible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Do you keep tabs? Do you keep track? Do you talk to anybody from that? Like, especially, I know aside from Casey Anthony, maybe the most talked about person is Jose Baez.
Oh, yeah.
You know, how is it? I know when you're a judge and there are lawyers, can you be friends with anybody? How does that work?
You know, I have not. I think I may have run into Mr. Baez one time in passing since the trial. But other than that, no.
Yeah.
But
no, but I don't even.
You guys aren't texting.
Yeah,
that.
I don't know, because he was kind of under the microscope for his legal prowess. Some people thought he was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Some thought he was a genius. So I don't want to make you comment on anything that.
Well, Jose Baez at the time probably wasn't the sharpest person on the evidence code, but he was well prepared, and he did something that good lawyers do. Once he determined the makeup of the 12 people in that jury, he tailored his case to fit them. It's just like a great football coach. You go into any game with a game plan, but you must make adjustments. And Baez made those adjustments, and he learned how to play to the jury.
But now they have shows like there's Bull on CBS where that's the guy's job. It's like, find out who these people are and let's get to them.
And Baez did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that's great. You are delightful. I'm so happy you made time for us today. You made a lot of time. we really been here for a while.
It's 11
Thank
to live stream,
you. It
basically.
really is a pleasure to meet you.
Okay.
Yeah, Belvin Perry. Thank you so
Nice
much.
to meet you.
Very nice to
Oh
meet
my
you.
gosh, so nice to meet
Okay.
you. Yes.
And thank you for watching Florida's Fourth Estate. You can download it from wherever you listen to podcasts or watch anytime on News 6 Plus.
Who the fuck is this? What the hell? What happened here?
Do you think we would ever hear the last of Susan Smith? Yes, Susan Smith. Remember her? Okay, you know what? I'm going to play a 911 call to jog your memory. But first, I'm Nancy Grace, and this is Crime Stories. I've got an all-star panel with me to make sense of what's happening with Susan Smith right now. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. See if this jogs your memory. Listen.
Yes, ma'am. There's a lady that come up to our door, and some guy jumped into a red light with her car with her 2 kids in it, and he took off, and she got out of the car here at our house.
And he's got the kids?
Yes, ma'am, and her car. And she's real hysterical, and I just decided I need to call the law and get them down here.
What kind of car is it? We need to know something.
We're trying to ask her now. A Mazda Protege. What color was it? A burgundy Mazda Protege. Get
them going, Pam. They got 2 kids. Okay.
I love that degree of detail. I don't even know where to go first because I've got such awesome experts, but I'm going to go first with Chris McDonough. He is the director of Cold Case Foundation. Okay, don't care. Former homicide detective, starting to care, getting warm, getting hotter. He has his own YouTube channel, The Interview Room, where I found him. You can find him at coldcasefoundation.org or on The Interview Room. Former homicide detective, 300-ish homicide scenes under his belt. Chris McDonough, don't you love the degree of detail? Hey, you know what, Sydney? Sometimes you got to hear the best stuff. Can you play that one more time? Listen.
Yes, ma'am. There's a lady that come up to our door, and some guy jumped into a red light with her car with her 2 kids in it, and he took off, and she got out of the car here at our house.
And he's got the kids?
Yes, ma'am, and her car. And she's real hysterical, and I just decided I need to call the law and get them down here.
What kind of car is it? We need to know something.
We're trying to ask her now. A Mazda Protege. What color was it? A burgundy Mazda Protege.
Get them going, Pam. They got 2 kids. Okay.
All the detail, Chris McDonough. She's, quote, real hysterical. And you need to call the law and get them down here right now. And you hear her feeding details in the background.
Nancy, wasn't that the narrative that captivated America?
How can you be so calm?
We just get used to it, unfortunately, right? It's what
I still get very angry, and I know the end of the story. But the detail.
And to think.
Have you ever seen perps and they will spin you a yarn with such incredibly rich detail?
Yeah, and typically that detail, if it's that minutia and that amount, it's typically a sign of deception. And she kicked it off right from that 911 call.
From
walking.
the beginning, running up to somebody's house, talking about some guy jumps out. And this occurs in rural Union County, South Carolina, near the John D. Long Lake. And, hold on, Chris McDonough, where do you live, Chris?
Well, right now I'm in Arizona, but I lived in South Carolina right there.
So you're very familiar with this area. Let me go to another country boy, like this country girl right here. Joe Scott Morgan joining me, although he's gotten pretty highfalutin. Professor of Forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet, still waiting on another book to come out. Host of Body Bags, a hit podcast, now starring, my goodness, Joe Scott, in The Pike County Murders, a family massacre. It's going to premiere on Oxygen November 24 at 8 p.m. There's going to be the first Pike County murder, then the second Pike County murder after the first one, November 24 at 8 p.m. on Oxygen. Then the next night, Friday night, the third episode of Pike County Murders, a family massacre. Am I through plugging everything, or is there are you starring in a movie with Meryl Streep? Am I leaving anything out, Joe Scott Morgan?
God, I'm exhausted after.
I know I'm completely exhausted just reading your CV. But that said, this area Chris McDonough has lived in South Carolina. I've gone to this scene before. It's extremely rural. And I'm supposed to believe a guy jumps out of what? From behind a stop sign and hijacks her car and takes off with the children clearly in the back seat. 2 little boys.
Yeah, what are the odds that you're going to have somebody that wants to do this kind of harm, whether or not they had an awareness that, you know, these poor little angels were buckled down in those back seats. The fact that you would have this kind of aggressive behavior in that location where she was specifically targeted as an investigator, I'm certainly going to raise an eyebrow, and I'm going to take a long look at what she has to say, because as you and I both know, Nancy, the lion's share of homicides that we talk about have some kind of familial connection. That means that you're around intimates, those individuals that are most important. So you're going to tell me that a random stranger just came up and kidnapped these babies and run off with them and left her standing on the side of the road weeping?
But
I don't believe it.
now, did you hear what he just did, Chris McDonough? I'm going along with everything he says, but he's a wily one. You got to really watch what Joe Scott says. I agree with the whole rural aspect, but did you hear him say if the unknown male assailant noticed the children in the back seat? I'm looking right now at a 94 Mazda Protege. You can see straight into the back seat from every angle of the car. It's not like, you know, you see those black SUVs with tinted windows. You can't see what's going on in there. No, you can see exactly what's going on in the back seat. And I'm looking at a shot from the distance. I can see through the back window, through the back dash, and through the other side of the car. Whoever took the car could definitely see that children were strapped into car seats in the back seat. Chris.
100%.
I mean, okay, you know what? Let's take a listen to the 911 call. Listen.
Union 105.
105, go ahead.
Said it was a black male driving a burgundy Protege.
Affirmative, 105.
And he had 2 juveniles with him.
105, from what I understood, these were small children. These are her children, and she jumped out of the car, and he took the car with the children, and he's headed toward Chester.
Union 100.
100, go ahead.
Are the victim and the suspect in this call the same family?
100, from what I gathered by the call, they are not. This is a stranger that had jumped in the lady's car at a red light, and she jumped out.
Simple.
I mean, really? Tara, and I'm leading up to what Susan Smith is doing right now. And let me tell you, it involves 6 different men. That said, Tara Malik joining me out of Boise, Idaho, co-owner Smith and Malik, former state and federal prosecutor. Tara, once again, blame the black man. I remember when this happened, I was on trial. I was trying a case. And I looked over at my friend, my colleague, who went on to be a judge, I might add. And I went, Herman, have you seen the composite of the guy that Susan Smith described? And he went, yeah, I know what you're going to say. I'm like, yeah, it looks just like you. It looked just like Herman Sloan, my trial partner, who had come into court to bail me out of some sling I got in with the judge with some appellate law trying to suggest that I was right in whatever I did. But he went, yeah, I've heard. I look just like the Susan Smith perp. And he did. I mean, think about it, Tara. An innocent person could have been arrested and probably tried and convicted based on her fake composite and all of her lies, like my Herman, one of my best friends in the DA's office.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the crime itself was atrocious and horrific and terrible. And then, you know, to give this false profile of someone else who may have done it, wasting resources, law enforcement resources, wasting everybody's time, but also, like you said, putting somebody else potentially in jeopardy of being picked up for it. I mean, it's just mind-boggling that she would go down this road.
You know, I've dealt with the SOD defense many times. I named it that. Some other dude did it. SODD. Here she goes. Some other dude did it. And listen to her. Listen.
I would like to say to whoever has my children that they please bring them home to us where they belong.
You play that one more time.
I would like to say to whoever has my children that they please bring them home to us where they belong.
I mean, Dr. Bethany Marshall, I hate to drag you away from all your clients on Rodeo Drive complaining about how expensive the shoes and the designer bags are. By the way, I think I've told you this. It's rodeo, R-O-D-E-O. It is not rodeo. That said, Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us as much as I'm pulling her leg. She's a renowned psychoanalyst at drbethanymarshall.com. As a matter of fact, she now has a recurring role in Paris in Love Season 2. That said, Dr. Bethany, I don't get it. Right now, we've got, that I know of, 6 men sexting and texting and writing and sending money and love letters to Susan Smith when she is a bald-faced liar that killed her children in the worst way, letting her car, her burgundy protege, go down a ramp with the 2 little boys alive, strapped in the back seat. Why? I don't get it. Why would men want to be with this woman, send her money and sex text with her? But did you hear her lying? Do you remember when that happened? The crying and the snotting and the all that happening. And I want to say, whoever has my children, they please bring them home to us where they belong, knowing full well they drowned strapped in their car seats.
Well, it shows how immature she is at the most basic level. That she thinks
the most you can say she's immature. She murdered
well, we
2
all know
little
she's
boys.
a sociopath. Hold on, we know she's a sociopath, but what beyond the fact that she's a sociopath? What additional factors are there that would lead to this? And one is an overattachment to men. She loves that feeling of falling in love, the feeling you have.
How are you linking this to double murder? Why this woman did not get the death penalty, I do not know. And now there's 6 guys trying to have sex with her. Really? Ew.
But it's really a pathological attachment.
It's like being in a barrel with a rattlesnake. Who wants that?
Well, apparently they do. And women who commit infanticide, who kill their children, often have some really. First of all, they're usually what we call.
You better not say really has some sexy mojo going on, because I'm totally cutting your mic.
Oh, okay. So they're cluster B, which means they have 3 different disorders: sociopathy, bipolar, and borderline. Often they have a very pathological attachment to men. Either they kill the children to get back at a love object, like, I'm going to kill our children because I'm mad at you. And it's hard to describe this without really sounding like it's trite, but these are the underpinnings of what these women do. So it's either I'm going to kill the children to get back at you, or I'm going to kill the children because I found a new guy. And I don't want the children to be in the way.
Interesting that you said that. Interesting. But I also want you to hear the level of detail that she weaves into her big fat lie about her 2 murdered little boys. I can't even imagine a more excruciating death than being strapped in a car, can't get out, the car goes underwater, a muddy lake, and you're in the car screaming for mommy as that car fills up with water till you drown. Listen to our cut 4 Crime Online.
On the night of October 25th, Susan Smith knocks on the door of a house near John D. Long Lake. She's hysterical when the man answers the door and tells him to call the police. A black man just carjacked her at a red light. He had a gun, and she jumped out of the car. But her 2 boys, 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alex, are still in the car. Police begin searching immediately, and the nation's media converges on Union, South Carolina. For 8 days, Susan Smith tells an ever-changing story of the carjacking, and friends get irritated when she keeps asking if Tom Findlay has reached out to see her. Friends wonder why she would care about Findlay when her 2 children are missing. On day 9 of intense media pressure, Susan Smith meets with Union County Sheriff Howard Wells, and Wells meets with the press.
Okay, note to self, who is Tom Findlay? But there's more. There's more. Listen.
Susan Smith has carried the lie as far as she can when she finally admits what she's done. There never was a black man with a gun that stole her car with her kids in the back. She now says she went out for a drive with her sons buckled into their car seats in the back. Feeling desperate, alone, and suicidal, she now says she drove to John D. Long Lake and planned to roll the car into the lake. Smith puts the car in neutral, but instead of going into the lake with the car and the boys, she jumps out and watches the car sink. Based on her directions for where the car should be, scuba divers locate the vehicle with the boys in the back, still buckled into their seats.
Just let that soak in for just one moment. Claiming, why is it, Chris McDonough, that all these people that want to commit suicide end up killing their children or their family or somebody else, yet they miraculously live?
Yeah, I mean, just a horrific thought in of itself, right, Nancy? I mean, I actually drove the entire route that Susan Smith took that day. There were ample opportunities for her to change her mind and turn around. I mean, there were stop signs, there were, through residential neighborhoods. And to think that she was saying to the public, or to the police when she initially confessed, well, I thought about committing suicide, but I couldn't do it, et cetera, so I jumped out. When you go to that boat ramp where these poor little babies are strapped in those back seats, and as that car is going down that ramp, I would submit to you, she had gotten out of that car almost immediately and let that car go, to your point a couple of minutes ago. And as that water started to fill that vehicle, can you imagine the horror that these children were experiencing, and the mother standing there as that vehicle started to sink? It took about between 6 to 15 seconds for that vehicle to hit the water, and within a minute, it was submerged.
Nancy, it just shows how cold-blooded she is. She could stand on the shore, look at the car submerged, and knowing that her babies were drowning. It really gives you insight into how detached and just cold-blooded she is.
Yeah, who is this woman? Take a listen to our cut 3 from crimeonline.com.
After high school, she began dating David Smith. Soon, there's a baby on the way, and the pair decide to get married. Ultimately, they have 2 boys, Michael Daniel and Alexander Tyler. But the children don't keep the marriage together. The Smiths separate several times. During one of these separations, Susan Smith begins dating Tom Findlay, the single son of a wealthy mill owner.
Aha. So that is who Tom Findlay is. Okay, Tara Malik, high-profile lawyer, joining us from her own law firm, Smith and Malik. Would that be motive? She wants to be with this rich guy?
Yeah, I think,
Wow.
she's painted in different ways during the trial itself. And there was some conflicting testimony. One of the theories of the case that was put on and suspected was that she wanted to be with Thomas Findlay. Findlay didn't like the fact that, she had 2 kids, and in a way, or in an attempt to get back together with Findlay, who she was having an affair with, she drowned her 2 boys. The other testimony that was presented during the trial was that, she was someone who was an abused child. She had had a secret affair with her stepfather. She was frightened of her husband, and so I think those details this jury ended up grappling with, and it's a case that should have been a death penalty case, but unfortunately not here.
Isn't it true, Dave Mack joining us from crimeonline.com, that Finley broke it off with her, claiming he did not want an instant family?
He did. And Nancy, more to the point, or more than just saying, I don't want kids, there were other things he stated in there about her and their relationship. He also cited their different upbringing, and that was a big stumbling block. Another one, the way Susan Smith acted and flirted with other men. He didn't like that. So he mentioned 3 basic things: that he really didn't want an instant family, but these other 2 things were mentioned as well. And one was her own behavior of hitting on other men. But she dismisses that in her thought process, blames it all on the kids, and thinks she can get him back if she just gets rid of that. She doesn't address the fact that she hits on men all the time.
So let me understand something. Dave Mack, she met Finley, the son of the rich guy, when she and her husband were what? Divorced? Separated? What?
Separated. They actually, when they were married, they had several full-on separations where they were not living together, were dating other people, and yet they would then get back together. And it was on and off for, after they had the last son, he was 14 months old when all this happened. So it was an ongoing process in their relationship, the breaking up, getting back together.
Let me go back to Dr. Bethany Marshall. What do you make of this? It was always presented that Finley broke up with her because he didn't want an instant family. But according to the letter he sent her before she murdered her 2 little boys, it was a lot more than that.
He's probably minimizing it because now he has the scrutiny of the country and the court and saying, well, I didn't really want her anyway. But there's partially, I think, a half truth in that. Maybe he wasn't ready for a family and children, and he was contemplating that. And I think Susan Smith was the kind of woman who would just ignore the fact that he didn't want to be with her. She would think, oh, I'll buy a new dress. Oh, I'll go shopping. Oh, I'll buy some lipstick. I'll wear a low-cut dress. Oh, I'll just kill my children. If she would just throw everything at it to get him back. So I think if he was ambivalent about her, that may have even incentivized her to kill her children.
Okay, I obviously need to reword my question. There were other behaviors he found disturbing, which led to his decision to break it off with her. Not only that he did not want an instant family, but he did not like the way she acted promiscuously with other guys. He didn't want that.
Yeah, I think some women relate primarily to men because they feel they can seduce them. And I think this was probably her MO, that the minute she met a man, she would be flirtatious, she would be overly sexualized, she would try to attract them. She probably did that all the time because this is a way of feeling important, like she's a real person in the real world, and she doesn't really have to relate to the men. If it's sexual in an instant, then they never become real people to her. They're all just objects, love objects who flatter her.
Listen to our cut 4.
Susan Smith is planning a future with the best catch in the county when she gets a Dear John letter from Dear Tom. He explains he doesn't think the relationship will work because of the difference in their upbringing, the way she acts towards other men, and he doesn't want an instant family. He doesn't want children right now. Susan dismisses her upbringing or her behavior towards other men as possible deal breakers in the relationship, and the only thing she sees is Tom Finley doesn't want children.
So she ignores everything except the children part of the complaint, and then suddenly, poof, they're gone. In the last days, Susan Smith back in the news, apparently having a romantic relationship with at least 6 men behind bars. Okay. What does that mean? Well, there are precursors to today's report of Susan Smith's relationships with 6 guys. What precursors? Well, listen to our cut 10.
A tabloid news report claiming Susan Smith had been beaten by guards at a prison in South Carolina gave birth to an investigation into the matter. While there was no proof she had been beaten, Smith told prison investigators that she had 4 sexual encounters with Lieutenant Houston Cagle, a supervisor at South Carolina's Women's Correctional Institution, WCI, where she's confined. Cagle admitted having sex with Smith and another prisoner and was charged with the offense in August of 2000. Smith was 28 at the time and was disciplined for having sex with the guard, while 50-year-old Cagle pleaded guilty and spent 3 months in jail. In 2001, a prison captain, Alfred Rowe, also pleaded guilty to having sex with Smith and was sentenced to 5 years probation. It was then discovered that Susan Smith engaged in sexual relations with Cagle after she tested positive for an STD.
Okay, so she claims I was beaten, and that spawns an investigation, but it turns out she wasn't beaten. She was sleeping with various prison guards. Joe Scott Morgan, remind me, what is it like to drown? You're the death investigator.
One of the most horrible deaths that you can even begin to think about. And the fact is, the thing that's always bothered me about this case, Nancy, is that with Alex and Michael, and I think it's really important that I say their names at this moment in time because they are the victims. When they were strapped in those little seats in the back of that Mazda, in that tight little confined place where maybe their mother had taken them to McDonald's before, had taken them all over town, and suddenly they're at the edge of a boat ramp and they're thinking, what's Mama doing now? She gets out of the car, and as that car is left in neutral and goes down that boat ramp and begins to slowly sink beneath those dark waters out there, they found that car at about 120 feet off of the shore. The dive team had looked for it for some period of time. Car was filled with water. Those kids were still strapped in that back seat, and our reaction as humans, if we're trying to catch our breath, is to fight. And just imagine this, Nancy. They're strapped. We've all got babies in our families that we've taken care of. We strapped them in car seats. And you ever seen a child struggle to get out of the car seat? They're tired of being in it. Well, imagine that, only water's creeping up on you. Water's getting into your nose, your little mouth, your eyes. You're running out of oxygen. Your brain is screaming. It's on fire because there's no oxygen. You can't catch your breath. And you have no idea. It's panic that's setting in. And it would not have been, I just want to dispel any kind of fantasy somebody might be having right now that this was a sudden and a quick death. It wasn't. It was torturous. It was absolutely horrific what these babies went through at that moment in time, Nancy. And I'm with you. I'm still to this day just befuddled why she's not sitting on death row and forever and ever. She's getting to go on with her life now, isn't she? And those babies died at this monster's hands out there in that lake.
Knowing full well what she did, immediately running to a nearby home, claiming that an unknown male had jumped into her car at, I guess, the only red light in the county. And I feel okay saying that because where I grew up, we didn't even have a red light. So out of the entire county, an unknown assailant jumps into her car at the one red light, takes her car, and murders her children. Okay, this is the woman these guys want to be with. Now, at least 6 men. Speaking of them, there's the matter of Captain Alfred Rowe. Now, we heard about Cagle, a supervisor at South Carolina Women's CI Correctional Institute, and what happened with him. We know that he was ultimately identified because Susan Smith turned up with an STD behind bars. But there's more. Take a listen to our cut 11.
Captain Alfred Smith was one of the guards who lost their careers after having sex with Susan Smith behind bars. Rose says Smith is a master manipulator, telling Inside Edition that Smith approached him at 3 a.m, telling him she thought he was the nicest officer at the prison and that she was lonely. The former guard says things just escalated from there. Rowe claims he only had sex with Smith one time, but it cost him everything. He was fired from the job, lost his pension, and after pleading guilty to having sex with Smith, he was sentenced to 5 years probation.
Now that's Captain Alfred Rowe, who loses his job. He's fired, lost his pension that he's been working for years, and pleads guilty and gets put on probation. Is that a hallmark of this type of personality, Dr. Bethany Marshall, that they think there are no consequences to what they do, or they don't worry about the consequences? How does that work?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't let this prison guard off so easy. I just have to throw that out there.
Agree.
He works around disturbed women all the time who are probably sexualized, but with him. But putting that aside, I don't think Susan Smith can even fathom a consequence. I think if you did a brain scan, you would see that the areas responsible for empathy, impulse control, all of that would probably not even light up. She probably has a different brain than the rest of us. You know, fMRI scans of sociopaths do show that they have profoundly different functioning. But think of her as she kind of operates at the level of a 3-year-old in some ways, because she, or a 2-year-old, grabs for whatever she wants, and then operates also like at the immaturity level of a 14 or 15-year-old who just has crushes on boys all the time, and that's all she can think about. So in terms of what's swirling around in her head, I'm sure she's just being gratified and thinking she can get away with it.
Well, guys, she was moved. Take a listen to our cut 12.
Sex isn't the only issue Susan Smith has faced in prison. Twice in 2010 and once in 2015, Susan Smith was disciplined on drug charges, losing privileges for more than a year. Susan Smith's drug use escalated when she switched prisons from Camille Graham Correctional Center in Columbia, South Carolina, to Leith Correctional Institution in Greenwood, South Carolina. Former prison guard Alfred Rowe, who pleaded guilty to having sex with Smith at the prison, told the TV show Cellmate Secrets when Smith was moved from one prison to another that it was at that point where, quote, she could no longer get the male attention that she used as a drug, unquote, and instead turned to pills.
Which led to a series of drug infractions. But you know what? Let's fast forward to right now.
This
to
lady's
today.
crazy.
Take a listen to our cut 15.
Susan Smith dreams of the day she'll be released. To that end, she's taken to writing a number of men over the years. In March of 2022, People magazine gained access to letters Smith wrote to a long-distance boyfriend. In one letter, she wrote, "I can't wait to build a life with you. Leave the past mistakes behind and start fresh, just you and me." A relative of Smith told People magazine at the time that Smith wants everything in life that she believes has passed her by.
Everything in life she wanted passed her by because she committed murder. Tara Malik is with us, high-profile lawyer, joining us out of Boise from the firm Smith and Malik. The narrative, her story that she projects is so different from reality. Life has not passed her by. She committed double murder. That's what happened. It's not anyone's fault but her own.
Absolutely. I mean, and if life had passed her by, how does she characterize what she did to her sons? She took their life away. They didn't even have the opportunity to live a life. I mean, these were really young kids here. And I think, the pattern of behavior that she's exhibited, like the infractions that she's picked up while she's been in prison, I mean, all of this doesn't tend to show that this is someone who's been rehabilitated while in prison. I mean, she's still showing those signs of manipulation that, she engaged in before she was convicted and sentenced. Leading on the nation for 9 days, telling lies about what actually happened, telling lies and pointing fingers at people that didn't exist. So this is a really deeply disturbed individual. I'd be shocked if the parole board granted her her request.
Chris McDonough with me, a former homicide detective and host of YouTube channel The Interview Room, who has investigated at least 300 homicides. defendants can be very, very charming. Think about Scott Peterson or Dr. Martin McNeil, who killed his wife, a beauty queen. According to Susan Smith's family, they say, quote, she seems to be happy, and that she, quote, always had a messy love life. She's creating a fictional version of her life. And people are buying it. These guys, these lonely hearts are buying it and attempting to have, let me just say, romantic interludes with her, Chris McDonough. Have you ever met a charming murder defendant? Because I have.
Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. And what's interesting about her is we have to always remember that all behavior has a purpose, and that past behavior is usually an indication of future behavior. So she has always, throughout her entire case and through her life here while in prison and even before prison, she always sometimes projected the words of they into her vocabulary. And if we listen real carefully to the minutia of what she said in the very beginning, whoever they are, please bring them home, i.e., she's talking about two suspects, but she talks about one in terms of a description. And now if we fast forward that to today, we have 6 individuals, men, who, quite frankly, I can't figure that piece of the puzzle out. That's for the doctors to tell us what that's all about. But she is utilizing that behavior still to this day by talking about money, by talking about sexual, tiffs there between the two of them. And she hasn't lost a spot from this leopard. And, God forbid she gets out in 24 if she is ever up for parole.
One of these guys is an airline pilot, and they're creating a fictionalized life for her. Take a listen to hour 18.
The man who has built a fake life for Susan Smith and himself in the game The Sims also has a pet name for the convicted child killer, Pookie. The messenger shared an exchange from August where he writes, "Dearest Pookie, been thinking of you and miss you so much. Hoping I can do something for you soon. Love you so much it hurts. Your Pookie." The man exchanging these messages was Smith, a 60-year-old airline pilot.
Okay, Dr. Bethany, I don't want him to fly my plane. I really don't. I can't tell you
Well,
why.
of course
Just
not.
a gut instinct.
Nancy, a wise colleague once said to me, the cornerstone of good mental health is having a preference for reality, which we all struggle with. These two are way out of touch with reality. They're building a fantasy life. They have fantasy children. One of the children is even named after her deceased son. So when you live in like a fantasy world, you never have to contend with reality. Imagine when you met your husband, you're having all these wonderful thoughts. It's very idealized. It's a fun time. But then the reality is he has a personality, and you have to share a home with him. Maybe you see him sitting on the toilet. Maybe you see him blowing his nose. He becomes a real person. But some people only want that initial fantasy. When, to quote Helen Fisher, who's a cultural anthropologist, in the first 6 months of a relationship, the brain fires as if it's on cocaine. So
I'm trying to figure out these guys too, Dr. Bethany, because Dave Mack joining me, crimeonline.com investigative reporter, one of the men seeking for a romantic interlude with Susan Smith, the double killer, says she's not what you think she is. I just find her interesting and misunderstood.
Misunderstood.
She's actually set for a parole hearing in November 2024. That's 1 year from now.
That's what, she was sentenced to life with the possibility of probation after 30 years. The first week of November next year, she will show up in front of the parole board. Her ex-husband and the father of those boys is going to be there.
Joe Scott Morgan, maybe we just know too much when it comes to murder. Because when I think of Susan Smith, I immediately think of being strapped in to a car as it's going down a ramp and going underwater and seeing the water coming up on either side and starting to pour in through the windshields as it comes up around you and you can't get out. I mean, the children in this case were 3 and 14 months.
They never stood a chance within this environment. And here's another thing that people might not be aware of. After that car dipped beneath the surface of that water, one other element we have to consider, and again, I go back to the idea that we all have had babies, parents, that sort of thing. I've got
How much cash you get on? Give him a couple hundreds.
Whom I love dearly.
Or
And
something
what
else.
is it the kids are afraid of late at night? It's darkness. And you would not have been able to have seen your hand in front of your face. So not only are they absent a loving mother who normally you would hope would take care of them, they're disoriented, they're running out of breath, and it's dark, Nancy. It's cold and it's dark down there, and that goes to the level of horror that they're experiencing. I wish every single one of these so-called men that are reaching out to her would slip over to South Carolina at some time and maybe go to this little United Methodist church where these two little babies are buried and stare at those headstones just for a moment when they're thinking about involving themselves with this individual that they're going to sow their hearts to, if you will.
But they don't care. They're as callous as she is. They don't care about these 2 little boys that drowned. All they care about is this fantasy life they're in, having phone sex, imagining that she's just waiting for them, that they're going to have this great life when she gets out. These guys are kind of control freaks in a way because they have complete, in their fantasy life, they have complete.
Let me see something happen to give me a warning. I'm trying to figure out how to add this import about channels on your. I'm trying to import something, so just give me 1 second. So I guess I can't play that video because I don't know how to do it. I'm trying to find out. It looks like I'm gonna end early. I wanted to show the video of this case, but unfortunately it won't let me.
Mysterio now mocking Tommaso Ciampa. And Dominic Mysterio now unloading on Gargano. And the WWE fans here all over Dominic Mysterio. Yeah, here's the thing with McDonough and Dominic. Once they get their upper hand, it is very difficult to turn the tide. They're absolutely lethal at this point. And Gargano is going to be in a world of hurt. As long as they can isolate Gargano at this juncture, Dominic and McDonough.
That's not copyrighted. I shouldn't know.
Judgment Day will be in action against R-Truth and Miz. Still trying to figure out how R-Truth's actually going to team with Miz tonight if he believes he's part of Judgment Day. I just saw the face of Tommaso Ciampa and all the blood is drained from it. He knows exactly how much trouble his tag partner Johnny Gargano is in right now. And Dominic doing a great job controlling Gargano. The chin lock applied. Gargano trying to make it back to his feet. He does. Gargano trying to fight out of the corner. His life in the body of Gargano. He's going to keep swinging. And rolling through now. And he caught Dominic with a kick to the face. And now Gargano a bit stunned trying to make it to Tommaso Ciampa. Glazed look on the face of Gargano. Needs this tag in the worst way and he gets it, but the referee may not spot that call. And he did. The official did not see the tag. Dominic did a great job as he now tracks Gargano back to the corner and unloads on Gargano. Double team by the Judgment Day. And beware the Machiavellian wiles of the Judgment Day. And Dominic Mysterio showing the instinct that he's gaining here in WWE. Gargano, though, off the telegraph. McDonough sent through the second rope. Oh, and there it is! Johnny Gargano with that slingshot spear, and now opens up a chance to make a tag. And an opportunity to try and get a cover there on Dom, but the most important thing for Gargano has to be get the hell out of the ring and get a fresh chapter in there. Gargano, arms like the way, and J.D. McDonough with a great job dragging Ciampa off the apron. Dominic with a drop kick. Covered by Mysterio, kicked out by Johnny Wrestling. DIY trying to fight back against Judgment Day. There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5. That's my go-to. That's my ride or die.
Take care, guys. I'm gonna get ready to go. Bye.
What you gonna do when we bring your food? Go biggie. You get all this with the JBC for just $5. I love that Tuesdays at B-Dubs is BOGO half-off traditional wings. Every week I save so much, I can finally afford college. Just kidding. No one can afford college. But this deal for wings, hachi-chachi. What a steal. Rated M for mature. Welcome to paradise. There's a lot to do, so keep up.
It was a mistake. Talk to you later. Thank you, Wild Dog. This is a mistake with the copyright issue. They just removed it. So thank you very much. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.